The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
So this Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell him my name.
They're all part of it. They're all parts of
It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill, episode 92. Almost did a there because I thought this frog in my mouth, Ribbit, was going to croak into action.
No, 92. No, 92.
92. That was 19, not 90. I am Gav Chucky Lestill. You are Dan LeBon.
I am Dan LeBon.
Oh, yeah, Dan LeBon. Chatel.
Oh,
we need that music, you know, remember that advert?
Whenever I do a French accent, it just turns into my Jean-Claude Van Damme impression, which isn't very good, and he's Belgian, so...
I was very drunk in Paris one night. I drank a lot of wine. I was in this little bar, and don't be offended, any French listeners, and there was a car being towed, and I don't know where it came from, but I went, I am French, and my car's being towed away, really, really loudly in this bar. Don't do that stuff. Then I picked red wine out my nose. Have you ever done that?
So we are less than a minute into the episode.
Have you ever picked red wine out your nose?
Less than a minute into the episode, you've had to say, don't get offended, French listeners, throwing red wine up at your nose, getting drunk at a bar in Paris. We are kicking off episode 92 in a great way today, aren't we?
Yeah, totally. How are you, my friend?
Very, very good. I'm very hot, Gav, because it's really bloody hot
this
at the moment, isn't it?
Third episode in a row now. I am...
Shirtless.
And,
nipples out.
Nips out, guns out, everything else is out.
Ooh, not everything.
No.
Stand up a minute. Oh, there they are. They're the boys.
Yeah, that's my testicles. They're just hanging out. I wear a cock cup, but I let the nuts swing.
Cock cup.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what to say. We are doing some cannibalism in this episode. That's what we're doing, Gav. That's where I'll take this. I'll keep it classy. We're doing some cannibalism.
Let's keep it classy, talking about eating humans.
We're not doing cannibalism, but we are talking about cannibalism, and specifically in this episode, because we've wanted to do some cannibalism episodes for a while, because it is a sub genre,
a subsidiary. Yeah.
Subsidiary. We are covering 1999's Ravenous, which is an underrated gem, and we'll get into that when we talk about that. And we're also covering what is potentially the granddaddy of found footage, potentially.
Interesting. It is I think it's going to be an interesting discussion, that movie. I'm not going to sway either way with the tone of my voice going or
Well, what Gav is referring to is Cannibal Holocaust from 1980.
Yes.
Very a movie that is very... It's one of those ones when you hear it, it's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Cannibal Holocaust, Evil Dead. They're those titles that people talk about when they talk about
do you know what? I didn't even really think about the title. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, back in the day and being in band, I knew someone that had a copy, and it was like, oh my god, they have a copy of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This is when you don't have the internet and you're a small wee lad in England, and you don't, you look at the movies to see other places in the world, and yeah, that was just like a crazy thing. You never think of names, but yes, Cannibal Holocaust, that's a fuck of a name, isn't it? That's basically kicking in the door saying, here we are.
I didn't even know what the word Holocaust meant really until probably I was in my early teens. So when I'd heard about this movie, I was like, what does that even mean? Is it just cannibals? What's this Holocaust? What does this mean?
But basically, it was the fun thing to do. Just get the word cannibal and let's just chuck something to it. Ferox, apocalypse,
Yeah, cannibal cop, cannibal boy.
Cannibal kung fu wizard.
There is a Cannibal Women. I've seen that one.
I would like to see
Cannibal Women of the Amazon, I think it's called.
Yeah. And there's a Manuel and the Cannibals. There's an Emmanuel movie. You know the porn series.
I've seen a movie called Cannibal Porno. No, Porno Holocaust. Have you
Yeah.
seen that?
Oh no, I haven't.
I might touch on that.
You would touch on it.
I will touch it right up.
No.
Well, there we go. So that's what we're doing for this episode. We've got the time machine ready to go back to 1992.
That's interesting.
So that's happening as well.
Yeah.
We've got some World of the Strange action as well. Anything that you wanted to touch on? Anything you wanted to promote? Or
I have just dropped a new podcast. It's not on Legion Network.
Hang on a minute.
What?
What's all this? Are you leaving me? What?
No, I'd never leave you. Our bond is too tight.
That noise, brilliant.
I have done another podcast. It's not on Legion though. Only really, I just wanted to see what it's like to try and do a show and like keeping up with stats and just all that sort of jazz. With my beloved lady friend Sarah, and we are talking about just strange stuff, and it's called the High Strangeness Podcast, and it should kind of be out. We have just dropped 3 episodes at once, but one episode's like 30 minutes long. They're not like long things, but we're talking about weird stuff. And one first episode's about eating people.
So the gist of it, from what you've told me, because I've not really listened to it yet, or had a chance to listen to it yet, is you guys just talking about a really random topic, eating people, for example, people that pay other people to, or they meet people online, and they get sexual kick out of having bits of their body.
Yeah, and we do one particular case, and we also do episode 2 is number stations. And we're just talking about the weirdnesses of these number stations. It's just like a fun sort of podcast. Episode 3.
Sounds cool, man.
Episode 3 is about hoarders and like people who have died in their houses.
So this is called High Strangeness. The
High Strangeness Podcast, because there is a couple of High Strangeness podcasts, which is I didn't really kind of realise, and I should have done. The High Strangeness Podcast, and subscribe.
We should chuck that on the Facebook page so that people can listen to that. Because if they want to get more gav, which we all want a bit more gav in our life, let's be honest.
This is a funny thing, because me and Dan are kind of twins. We just when we met, it was just kind of like, oh, you like that stuff? Oh, I like that stuff.
To be honest, I thought it was a mirror when I first met you.
It's just really weird. We're just very, I don't know. And Sarah, who Dan hasn't even met yet because they live in quite further parts of the country, funny enough. Sarah and me had the same thing. So I was like, I wonder if, Sarah and Dan would be like it. So at some point, I'm going to try and get you on the show as well. But, so what I'm saying is the back and forwards with me and Sarah is kind of the same as me and you, but she's more feminine than you. Not by much, because you're quite feminine.
She's the female version of me.
Yeah.
She must be all women then.
You're the more hairy-faced version. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the bearded lady in this relationship.
Indeed, you're my fuzzy friend.
Fuzzy friend. Well, talking of cheating on each other.
Yeah. What have you been doing?
I better just mention very briefly that I am doing some more up-and-coming slots on RJ McCready's show,
nice.
Bite Size Cinema Podcast. I'm having a lot of fun.
You've done 3, haven't you?
Yeah, we've done Masters of the Universe, we've done Enter the Dragon and Jackie Chan's Police Story.
Nice.
And dropping not soon after this episode, I should imagine, comes out, he'll be dropping our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1990 Jim Henson live-action movie. We're going to be covering that one, so that's cool. And we're going to be covering, he's asked me if I'll come on and do a couple of other ones, things like Goonies, Princess Bride, Willow. So I'm really excited, and, during lockdown, it's fun to I haven't got a lot else to do, really, so let's just whack a load of fucking podcasts out there.
And we should say, lovely listeners, I hope you're all doing well in lockdown. And me and Dan have never liked to timestamp episodes, but when it comes down to a worldwide pandemic that's taking over the whole world for a good portion of the year, I think it's fine for us to timestamp and just be like, yep, we're still in lockdown. But it's starting to ease in England. I know it's not in some other countries. Some other countries are starting to get spikes a little bit more and stuff. We are lucky, fortunately, it started to go down a little bit, even though there's still loads of fucking idiots wandering around doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. But you can take a mule to water, you can't make that mule drink the water.
That's very true. But yeah, we do wish you, as always, as we said in the last episode, we wish everybody
more. relevant
donkey is
word
what,
than
my
mule,
nickname,
actually.
what?
For some, donkey would probably be a more relevant word to some of the people who do silly things in the world. And there's a lot of silly people in the world right now, so listeners, please stay positive out there, because lots of silly people doing silly things which don't deserve to be on there, and there should be a silly planet where they all live on. Silly planet.
Yeah, without getting into it,
We didn't want to. We just we tried it before.
There's
We're
a lot
like,
of
we're not going to
negativity
talk.
out there.
Yeah, we don't
Let's
want
avoid
to.
it.
Yeah.
That's why we do this show. Let's keep things light and positive.
Indeed.
That's that. Well, unfortunately, I do need to bring up something sad that's happened, Gav, and that is that somebody passed away who is a big name within the movie world, and that person is Mr. Joel Schumacher, who I didn't realise was 80 years young. Didn't realise he was that old, but I suppose he's been making movies for a very, very long time. But
I didn't realise he was that old. I think he is a kind of a slightly youthful looking fella.
He's one of those.
He
ones
didn't
like,
look 80.
He's one of those ones like John Carpenter or somebody who just does. You don't know how old they are because they kind of have always looked about 70.
Yeah. That's what you do though. Like you get a grey beard really early on, or you do something, then you just grow into it. Everyone's like, "How have you never changed?" Because I made myself look 100 when I was 15.
Came out of the womb with grey hair.
Yeah, that's it. Go from when you're like 5. Why are you dressing like an old granddad with your Werther's originals and your walking stick and a flat cap? Because I am.
It'll pay off. It'll pay off
when I'm older. I know.
Well, Joel Schumacher, we should probably mention because he directed my favourite vampire movie of all time, as everybody knows, The Lost Boys. But he definitely made an imprint in Hollywood. He did those terrible Batman movies, which I actually really love. Batman and Robin and Batman Forever. He did, as I mentioned, The Lost Boys. He did Elmo's Fire, Flatliners, Falling Down, which is an underrated Michael Douglas classic.
You and RJ should do Falling Down.
Oh, tell me about it. It made me go out. I'll go outside and be a vigilante. Honestly. What else has he done? He's done A Time to Kill, Phone Booth, which is another great movie.
Yeah.
And the guy just kept working. Really. He did House of Cards, which I believe is the one with Kevin
Spacey, who's a sex offender, isn't he?
Yes, he is a sex offender, Gav. Correct. And that was the last sort of bit he did, really, Joel Schumacher. So I'm guessing for the last few years, maybe he's been a bit too old or too ill.
I'm not going to say hearsay or thearsay, but I am going to say very quickly, just while we said the sexual offenders, I'm very, very quickly going to say Corey Feldman in Choreography, his book.
Great name for a book.
Yeah, talks about Corey Haim back in the day, and he said the letters JS. I'm not saying that's Joel Schumacher, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that was a thing, and obviously Lost Boys is a very much connection of the two Coreys. So, but that's all I'm saying. So it's one of those things, though, when Jimmy Savile passed, all of a sudden people aren't afraid anymore, the power's gone. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I'm not saying something's going to come out, because I don't want to say that, because I'm literally going with what I've seen in forums, etc. and stuff,
Yeah. I mean, it's
we don't want to
kind
state
of
stuff here at the podcast on Haunted Hill.
Those rumours have kind of been floating around. We don't know it. We don't have any proof. But I know
no, of course not.
But Joel Schumacher definitely made an imprint in the movie world.
I love Lost Boys.
So I just wanted to mention that.
I specifically remember being on a paper round of an evening, helping my friend. He did a paper round in the evening, and I'd just got Lost Boys like the night before, and I was like, oh my god, I got to get home. I got some pink lemonade in the fridge and Lost Boys, and it poured with rain. I got back and I sat pouring rain, some pink lemonade, and turned it on. And it's so cool, it's one of those nostalgic movies for me, and then introduced it to my eldest, old Jay, and they thought
they loved it.
They and would watch it over and over and over, and we would quote it.
Oh my
look
God,
at her.
Gav, I remember being at your house and Jay was would non-stop sing.
Obsessed. Obsessed. By it. Obsessed. And we still do things like I go star, and she goes star, and
Well,
and it's an amazing movie.
It's about the time of year for me that is as hot as it is now, where I probably will dig that out and watch it one night quite late at night when it's really sticky hot. It's one of my classic sticky hot late night movies.
Then that could be one you could do tonight, because it is sticky and hot.
And talking of which, just switching it back to RJ very quickly.
Talking of sticky and hot, is RJ sticky and hot?
RJ is sticky and hot,
Oh.
and the reason for that is we are going to be covering Lost Boys in memory of Joel Schumacher. So that's our next episode. I'll be jumping on him with.
We did it way back.
Him.
We did it years ago, didn't we? No, don't jump on him.
Yeah, we did cover it many years ago. It's such a good vampire movie.
Can't remember anything we said about it. I don't remember most episodes, to be honest with you.
No problem. So that's kind of what we've been up to. I've not really got any movies to talk about because I've not really watched a lot. You did watch Die Hard remake, didn't you?
Oh, last night. Yeah, I was just mentioning last night I watched no, not Vin Diesel, is it? It's The Rock. The Rock movie.
The other bold one. The other bold guy. The Rock.
Bald, muscly guy.
Me? You mean me?
Vin Diesel's not that muscly though. Actually, it's not compared to The Rock. The Rock actually looks like he's been chiseled from stone. And it was a Die Hard kind of throwback because I saw the title and I was like, that's such a throwback to like Earthquake and those disaster movies, a Tower Inferno. It was called Skyscraper, and it's so many flights up. But I got to the point where I was just like, now I message you and say, ain't no Die Hard. Obviously.
Not many movies are.
Funny
enough, while you were watching that, I was watching a movie with Sylvester Stallone, old school action.
We were having an action night. It was funny.
We were. It's completely unrelated as well. And I just whacked on a movie I'd never seen called Daylight, which is all about that tunnel in New York caving in at both ends and everybody's trapped.
Is he a rescue dude?
Yeah, he's like a paramedic rescue guy. Danielle Harris was in it, Gav, your sister. She was in it as a young girl. And it was good for what it was. It was like that kind of cliffhanger, kind of mid-90s Stallone, Judge Dredd.
What action stuff can he? I suppose a disaster if he can. He did cliffhanger as well, didn't he?
He did Demolition Man. Let's not.
Speaking of Judge Dredd, I did watch Dredd again the other day.
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
Really good film. And I think it really got overshadowed by The Raid when it came out because they're both two movies coming out at the exact same time, which was set in a fucking building block.
But there's no reason, Gab, why we can't ever put those together and create a double bill for a future episode.
We could definitely do The Raid and Dredd.
I'm just saying.
We could do. You should sort of mention why Danielle Harris is my sister, because I think that's really going to perplex some people.
We have touched on it in past episodes, but some listeners may not know about this. So Danielle Harris, star of the mid-Halloween movies and other horror movies. Gav, why did I say that she was your sister? Would you like to?
I was very drunk once upon a time. And I don't know why. I got all like one evening, it was really late. I don't know what happened. I got all sentimental about Danielle Harris, and I sent her a message. And it was a Facebook message, and I'm presuming she read it because I don't imagine she has a team of people reading her stuff. I imagine she reads it herself. And I sent her a message just saying, I grew up watching those Halloween movies. I feel like we're related. You're like, I'm paraphrasing a drunken message to someone years ago. Fuck knows what I said. And I said, I think you're like, I'm his sister. Oh, do you reckon I could find it? No, I'm not reading that live because that could be bad. And it was read, not replied. I'm not surprised. I come across as a real stalky pervert, and I wasn't trying to be.
I feel like you could be my sister, also a sister that I could touch.
That I don't think that was the words.
No, but that's what you were implying.
Well, no, because I said that I was grown. I thought of her as grown up with her. That'd be really weird.
Actually, that's really weird. Yeah,
it's like rewind. A fantasy in. No, let's not get this. Right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Well, one last thing to talk about before we start chatting about cannibals and cannibal movies.
And that's going to be a fucking conversation. It's Jesus, go on in.
You wanted to have a quick plug of Abysmal Albion. Number one.
Yeah. Tom, Deadbolt Films of an aficionado. Is it? I always get it wrong, don't I?
Aficionado. No, that's right.
Right, brilliant. He's written with a couple of artists. See, this is a thing. I was going to say a Lovecraftian comic. You can't say Lovecraft now
because he was a dirty perv.
He's a bit of a massive racist.
Just a bit of a massive
is what I've heard on the grapevine there, and that's actually a thing now. So take Lovecraft out of things now, just so you know.
But a Lovecraft style.
It's a Lovecraftian styled comic, and it's pretty cool. And he's crowdfunded at the moment. Have you got the link there, by the way, sir?
I have indeed. Yeah. So it's on Kickstarter.
Yeah. So it'd be kickstarter.com/
Oh, I don't have the link, but I will be able to say that at the end of the show. I do apologise there, Tom.
Oh, okay. No, we will do that at the end. It makes sense at the end anyway. We'll do it at the end.
But it's called Abyssal Albion. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. And it says an H.P. Lovecraft-inspired post-apocalyptic survival horror set amongst the ruins of modern Britain. It's like The Road meets The Call of Cthulhu.
And that's through our Deadbolt films as well. So it's quite nice. It's a Deadbolt thing. And Tom's doing that. And the artists, I don't even really know the artists, but they've done a cracking job. It looks really fucking good.
It looks amazing. It's on the Facebook page.
And
I will share it again. It's already been shared, but I will share it again. It looks absolutely incredible. And I'm sure the story is going to be as just incredible as...
They've been crowdfunding for a day, and they've got half the funding, which is really nice. That means people are looking at it going, oh, that's some pretty cool stuff. And it's quite nice because with Tom, he's very much into his Lovecraftian. I'm having to do the quotes now, the old finger quotes now, style of films. That's like with Beyond and Nothing Hurt and stuff like that. So he really loves that sort of style, and we've kind of been making that a little bit with Deadbolt for a little while now. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Comics are good, and it's that sort of time now, because a lot of people in lockdown. You're going to get people coming up with new creative things to do. Oh, we can't film something. Oh, let's write a comic. So it's kind of cool in that sense. So
totally.
Positives out of negatives.
So yeah, look out for that. We'll post that up again. It was already on the Facebook page this week. Not that we timestamp our episodes, but we'll repost it again for Tom and for Deadbolt. So that was the last thing to mention, really.
Okay, cool. Well, should we get on with it?
Yeah, let's have a little wee chat about some cannibals.
Hey, Paul, what I was thinking is that we need to cut a promo.
Yeah, I've been working on some ideas. It's just I don't really know where to go with it exactly. What if I got like a filter where we could just kind of talk normally and we can have kind of a script, but then I can like filter it so that one of us will have one kind of voice and then one will have the other.
I want to put my request. Make me as Freddy Krueger. Can you do that?
Maybe instead of the voices, what if we tried to like write a skit, develop a whole thing, and we have a backstory? But I don't know. That might be kind of too long. So
like screeching cars and explosions and fireworks and
yeah. Well, what about?
I like it.
Maybe instead of doing a filter, we could just like reach out to Robert Englund himself and maybe.
Ooh.
He can, just record a promo for us sometime. Do you think? I mean, we might have to like raise some money.
We can do a Kickstarter, and we could just throw it out to like Robert Englund and just all kinds of actors, and I think people will do that.
I think.
Sure, why not?
Well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe we're overthinking this whole thing. How about if we just tell people where to find us?
I like that.
You can find us at Who Will Survive on iTunes, Stitcher, on the Legion Podcast Network, and on the Raw Live and Unedited Podcasting Network. Also on Facebook and Instagram under the same name.
Oh, wait. Can we do it underwater with piranhas killing me?
That would kind of be brutal.
And if that doesn't work, then you can do the regular promo.
All right. Well, just get in the water, and I'll go get some fish.
All right, cool.
What are you doing?
Oh, sorry,
what are you doing?
Just call me just eating.
You can't eat me.
Oh, what?
Don't just start nibbling away at me just because I'm sitting like... I don't even know how you're nibbling at me. You're not even in the same room. You're in a different place entirely.
With lockdown, you've got like a little extra bit on the sides here that I can just get my teeth into.
Oh, no, stop nibbling at me.
All right, well, let's talk about cannibal movies, shall we?
Let's do it. What? I never listed anything up. You've got a little bit of a list.
I've got a list, Gav. I've got a little
list.
Have you got a lisp?
Can you do?
Got a fucking list, Gav. No.
Can you say you've got a lisp as well?
Got a lisp.
Can you do each cannibal title with a lisp?
I will try my best. It's not going to work for all of them, but I will try my best.
I know, but still have the lisp there, and if it comes into play, brilliant.
Is that okay? If that makes you happy.
These things make me happy. Let's go for it. Go.
Lockdown.
Number one.
So, cannibal movies. It's a genre. It's a subgenre within horror. There have been a lot of older ones, but there's a couple of new ones popping up recently. Most controversial one probably recently was the Green Inferno, which I can't say with a lisp. Green Inferno, as we know, Eli Roth.
Inferno.
What do you think of that movie?
Funny enough, I was discussing Cannibal Holocaust with Sarah, and she was saying how much she prefers Green Inferno, and I was saying, yeah, I would not happily, I would watch it if you said to me, do you want to put on Green Inferno? But I would sit there taking the piss out of it as I watched it going, what the, well, that's not realistic. Obviously, it's a fucking horror movie. It's, it's not supposed to be realistic anyway, as such. But I don't mind it. I think I've seen it once.
I've seen it twice. I watched it when it came out through ill-gotten means.
And obviously in Cannibal Holocaust, they say twice Green Inferno.
Green Inferno, yeah, they do, yeah. I think it's all right, actually. I don't like some of the... my stance with Eli Roth has always been, since his first couple of movies, he's got this real stupid sense of humour. And that sense of humour creeps in really drastically during a couple of scenes in Green Inferno, which I just didn't do it for me.
Well, Cabin Fever has a sense of humour. Hostel doesn't. Hostel's got a very subtle humour, very dark, subtle humour.
But Cabin Fever keeps a sense of humour throughout the whole movie, so that's what you're getting with that. Whereas Green Inferno is very serious, and then there's a couple of occasions where it's this like it's almost like Stifler from American Pie has walked in the room and gone, hey!
Yeah. It's interesting because Eli Roth and obviously Rob Zombie in my book are kind of in the same. My book they kind of started off with such promise, but I feel Eli has kind of. I like the fact that he's made this zombie zombie movie, isn't it? No, Cannibal movie. This Cannibal movie because he's basically gone and done the film that he wanted to make, which is kind of, you got to give him respect for that. But the film itself is kind of like, I suppose, what you'd get if you were to make a modern Cannibal movie. Nobody really makes them anymore, so it's interesting.
There's been a couple.
It's interesting to do it with no effects and all that in a way in modern times. Because what year is that? 2015?
2013.
Okay.
It's banned for a year or so.
Yeah,
or not banned,
that's funny.
It wasn't banned. It just didn't do. No studio thought it would do well enough to distribute it. So.
Okay. But yeah, what do you think of it? Sorry.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It's not amazing. We've had a couple of newer horror movies since then. We had a movie called Rule in 2016, which I was a big fan of. Have you seen Rule?
Raw.
Yeah. Raw.
No, I haven't been. I got to admit, I'm not a huge fan of the cannibal or the eating of people type film. It's not something I go out of my way to look out on.
You're not a fan of the cannibal. You're not a fan of the cannibal.
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to say it. I'm not a fan of the cannibal. What am I saying? Not a fan of the cannibal.
Well, I can tell you one cannibal movie that you would be a fan of that we covered a while back, and that's Bone Tomahawk, which, although strictly isn't a cannibal movie, there is cannibalism in it, and it's a horror western, and it's fucking brilliant, isn't it?
That is a real good flick, yeah.
Man, that's such a good movie. That is such a good movie. A couple of other movies that I'm going to touch on, because there's been a few. It's like I said, it's quite a cheap subgenre that's been around. You've got movies like Blood Diner.
Oh shit! Yeah, I used to watch that. I used to have it on VHS, man. I used to watch it all the time.
Yeah, Blood Feast. Ravenous, which we're going to be talking about in this episode in great detail. We can't not talk about Hannibal Lecter. So
Silence of the Lambs, of course. That's funny because a lot of people always look at that as a thriller rather than a horror, don't they? But it's you're eating people, cutting off people's faces, put on it. But that's a great movie, isn't it? But I didn't think of that.
Much that one.
I didn't think of that when you said cannibals, though. Yeah.
Sequels and prequels, and the TV show are definitely cannibal movies and shows, aren't they? Maybe not Silence of the Lambs. There's less of it in that. But the other ones like Hannibal, Red Dragon, those kind of movies. But you've got to talk about him. He's the most famous cannibal, really. I mean, it rhymes. It's just brilliant. Hannibal the Cannibal. It's fantastic, isn't it?
It's kind of like what the press deem on killers and stuff. They give them the names.
You can imagine the Sun headline: Hannibal the Cannibal strikes again.
I bet it's been used. It
must have been. Other movies, Chud. I mean, that is a cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Never seen Chud, but I've seen Chud 2, Bud the Chud, many times.
Yeah, Chud's shit, first Chud. But I love it. It's that, we've talked about it, it's that weird genre, that subgenre of New York, low-budget, gritty,
the
first Chud, yeah. It's like Basket Case or something like that.
Cannibalistic like humanoid underground dweller.
Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Brilliant. I know I've never seen it. I don't know why. So we could, if you wanted to, cover Chud and Chud 2 for an episode, because that would be hilarious. Because Chud 2 would be a ridiculous conversation, and I've never seen Chud 1, so could do that.
Okay, well let's pop it on the list. Another movie that we have covered, though, which dropped in 2003, was Wrong Turn, and that is definitely a cannibal movie.
Yeah, and there's like 6 or 7.
It's a family of them, isn't there? Just fucking getting straight into...
My favourite's Joe Lynch's in the part 2. The one with Henry Rollins. That's my favourite one, actually.
Yeah, it's a good movie, actually.
I haven't really watched the others, so I can't really say too much, to be honest. So that's
quite
unfair.
like the majority of that franchise, to be honest with you. I think they're quite good.
Yeah.
Talking of franchises, there's another movie which is, people don't often think of this as a cannibal movie, and it had a sequel, and then it got remade, and the remake had a sequel, and I'm talking about The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah. I guess some people might think of it as just a what would they think of, just a kind of redneck?
Like an inbred redneck killer movie.
But there is, like, because it's about eating the baby ears in one of them, wasn't it? The second one, or the original first, Yeah, absolutely. They're not too bad movies. I prefer The Wrong Turn, but they're both in that same sort of subgenre, really, both those, I guess, really. Hills Have Eyes and Wrong Turn.
They are. Parents from 1989. I've never seen Parents.
There must be some story then of actual hillbillies back in the day eating people. There must have been like something that just came from,
Oh, it's got to have happened, hasn't it? Anything goes in the hills. Anything goes. Parents, which I've never seen, from 1989. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
Hang on there. Keep talking to the audience. Hold up.
Okay. Oh, he's running off. I don't know what's happening. I'm keeping talking to the audience. He's getting something. He's producing something, and it isn't his penis. It is something else. It's Parents on DVD. VHS.
Yeah, I've got a VHS copy here.
Oh, dude, can I borrow that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good movie. It's with Randy Quaid.
Is it good? Is it?
I've only seen it once, and I really enjoyed it. Do you want me to read it to you? Meet the Lemels, I don't know. Dad, Mom, and little Michael. They're the all-American family of 1954, with one small exception. Michael can't figure out why they are eating leftovers every night, but he's got a scary suspicion. Dad's bringing home the bacon and a whole lot more.
Oh.
Yeah, you can taste the terror. So yeah,
that sounds alright. That sounds okay.
Look at the cover. Look at the picture.
Yeah, it's cool, man. That's cool. Well, that's Parents from 89.
I'll lend it to you.
Please do. Yeah. Cannibal Holocaust itself, we touched on, had several sequels and unofficial sequels, including Cannibal Ferox, Cannibal Apocalypse, Porno Holocaust, which is about a guy with a gigantic penis, a zombie with a gigantic penis going around having sex with people until they die. Less we say about that movie, the better. He does. Another movie, Man from Deep River, from 1972. That's another one of those famous ones that people talk about here and there.
It's weird. I always think of that as a porn movie.
It does sound like that, doesn't it?
It's because it says deep.
Oh, God.
That's it. A river's wet, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Man.
Well, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Cannibalism does pop up here and there in lots and lots of horror movies, but those ones I've touched on specifically are just, actual movies about cannibals.
Indeed.
So,
and without further ado, shall we get on with the introduction before the main attraction? Because this is definitely not the main attraction.
The most infamous cannibal movie probably of all time, and again, one of those video nasties. It was banned for a long time. Let's jump into a trailer for Cannibal Holocaust, and when we come back, we will go through this movie with a fine-tooth comb.
Or a fine toothpick.
Ew.
We really screwed ourselves this time. Trying to stay there for the last shot. I don't even know where we are now. But I know they followed us and we lost everything trying to escape. We're screwed. We're trapped.
Watch it, Alan. I'm shooting. Oh, good Lord. It's unbelievable. It's horrible. I can't understand the reason for such cruelty.
During a rescue mission into the Amazon rainforest, a professor stumbles across lost film shot by a missing documentary crew. This is Cannibal Holocaust from 1980. It's a 5.9 out of 10 on IMDb. It says adventure horror.
Adventure horror.
That's what it says.
Hell.
So, Daniel, what do you think?
Well, it's directed by Ruggero Deodato, who is an Italian director. This movie, like we've touched on earlier in this episode, it is one of those titles that jumps out at you. Everybody knows it was banned and still is in a lot of places, actually. And the first time I saw it was probably about 20 years ago. My sister had a copy on DVD. She'd bought an official copy, and she said, "Do you want to come over and do some horror movies tonight?" And I said, "Yeah, let's do it." Went over, we watched a bunch of movies, and she put this movie on about 4 or 5 beers into the evening, and I wasn't ready for it. And we'll get into why in a moment. But it's a notorious movie. It's got some very uncomfortable viewing in it, which again we'll touch on in a moment. Gav, what are your thoughts on this?
I won't actually get into it. I won't get into straight away being negative. Of going, oh, dude, this is what I think, what I don't think. I'm not going to start doing that because we're going to go through the film. I feel like the film itself, after rewatching it, has like some sort of I think there's a message there. I don't know if it's misled message or just
perhaps not told in the right way.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like it should have been, I don't know, thought about maybe a little bit more, because there's a really great concept there with the first half of the movie being a movie, the second half of the movie kind of being what footage has been found, which is kind of interesting thing to do. Like, it's the midpoint turn, halfway through the movie.
It's very original, especially for 1980. I feel like the story is very original, and yeah, nobody had seen anything like that at that point.
No.
And obviously the controversy of it led to people thinking potentially the footage shown in the film was real footage.
And the director was dragged into court, wasn't he? He had to show
10
actors.
10 days after its premiere, he was taken to court and charged with murder.
How insane is that?
I'll read you the clip, the bit of trivia. It says, 10 days after its premiere in Milan, the film was seized by the Italian courts, and the director was arrested and charged with obscenity. Later on that day, he was charged with murder of several actors on camera and told he would be facing life in prison. The cast had actually all signed contracts requiring them to disappear for a year from the public eye after shooting.
This is like Blair Witch style, man.
This is exactly it.
This is like a very clever idea. This is like we don't even know that when you're watching a movie, we don't know this stuff. Till you're telling us now, this gives it more of like this director wanted to do something. He had something to say. He really wanted to put it out there. Carry on.
That's it. So basically, he ended up having to contact somebody, because even the director didn't know who the main three actors were, or four actors were. So he had to contact a producer, who then contacted them. 3 days later, they all showed up in Italy at court to prove they were all still alive. And another thing happened in court as well, which is the scene with the girl on the spike. The court said that there's no way you could have faked this. This is a dead girl that you've either killed or filmed.
It's damn good effects.
And again, he brought the actress in and said, no, let me demonstrate how he did it. It was a bicycle seat that she was sat on. She had a bit of balsa wood in her mouth sticking out the top. She held very still, and we just shot it and made it look like it was real. And that's why this movie is a very important movie to talk about, because, like you said, Gav, the director had something he wanted to say. He had an eye, he had a vision. I just think perhaps the power, perhaps a little bit, or something went wrong in his
delivery of it. Yeah.
For me, it's art imitates life. So I'm going to jump straight into it. There is a lot.
Can I quickly say how I came about this movie?
Oh, please. Yeah. Sorry.
Back in the day, my friend John, who obviously has been on some earlier episodes of this, we used to go to these car boot sales. That's a swap meet. For our American buddies, you sort of go to basic car boot sales, like a field, and people turn up their cars, and they don't actually sell from their boots of their cars or the bonnet, the trunk. They you put your stuff out and sell it. And there's this dude that always used to sell films, but he'd be like, "Yeah, you looking for something a bit harder?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, like what?" I'll come back here, and you go around the side, and you'd be like, "Oh fucking hell, what are we doing? We're going into some hostel, the movie, going in some sort of elite club or something. What is this?" And I'd go around it, and he'd be like, "Oh, he would pirate all the banned movies, which you couldn't get, because back in the day you couldn't get these movies. He would pirate them, and you could buy the VHS off him for quite a lot of money. It's normally like 20 quid a tape." And they're pirates, And John got this, and we took it back, and I watched it on a pirate VHS tape. This movie was just like, oh my god, what are we watching? It came across as the most disturbing fucking thing we've ever seen, because it was pirate videotape copy. The quality was just sketchy as all fuck, and it made it so much more realistic, and made me just I can't watch this film ever again until yesterday morning for this podcast.
And that's it. You couldn't view this movie in a nice, clean way. It was only ever somebody had a video or a rough DVD.
Yeah.
It's now available on YouTube in HD if anybody wants to watch it in its entirety.
Watching this in HD was kind of weird. It's on Amazon Prime. It's just like, what the fuck?
And to be honest, parts of it are tame compared to stuff that's out there now. But
I still shut my eyes.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So I will mention we are going to discuss some pretty hard stuff here, but we watched this so you listeners don't have to, if you haven't seen this and you've always wondered about this movie, because as everybody knows, this movie is very famous or infamous for having some cruelty to animals on camera, and by cruelty I mean they fucking kill some animals. Now, I didn't realize until reviewing the movie for this episode that they actually then gave those animals' remains to the local tribe who ate them. So it was not they just killed these animals, they did give them away to a tribe to eat, but at the same time they still killed animals.
It's still visualized for us.
So when you're watching these animal deaths and mutilations,
it's legit.
It's real, and it's fucking hard to watch. Harder to watch than any of the human mutilations and rape and stuff that goes on in this movie, because that's not real. But again, there's a lot of stuff in this movie where
like compared to, like, say, a Serbian film, this is harder probably to watch than a Serbian film. Serbian film has one scene which I can't watch, but
there's probably, I was going to say, and it's funny you bring that up, this movie, I would say if you haven't seen this movie, don't put yourself through it. Same with Serbian movie. If you haven't seen it, read up on it, read the descriptions of what happens, but you don't have to put yourself through it if you don't want to. There's only a handful of movies that I would say that within the horror genre. I would even say things like some of the Human Centipede movies. They're probably a bit much for people, and that's fine. I watch them because I'm a curious, sick bastard. I vowed to never watch Serbian film when I read about it. 6 months later, I was watching a copy of it because I'm a sick bastard, and I've got to see if it lives up to the hype, and that, do you know what I mean? So I would say
3 times.
You actually quite like it, don't you?
I quite like the movie. Sarah and I have actually said we could possibly do a commentary track covering that movie, and that's fucking gnarly.
In some ways, it is good. It's very brave filming.
Yeah, and like this was at the time. When this came out, this would have been exactly the same sort of thing. Now this movie is it's in the old Italian 70s, 80s. No, there's always all along. Italian horror has been a big influence in the world of horror. Lots of many films, and like we said earlier, a lot of films came out around this time, the cannibal movies and stuff. Now, I kind of felt, thinking about this movie, is this a commentary on, I always bring up Vietnam War. What is it with me in the Vietnam War? Is this a commentary upon the Vietnam War?
Well, it could be. It's a commentary on a lot of things, isn't it? It's a commentary on excess, greed, power.
Yeah, it's like funny enough, it's saying this. It seems to be the white folk go to a place which isn't their own, and they rape and pillage.
Exactly.
And that's been seen before, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And for me, part of this movie, what I was going to say to you earlier, is this is kind of a bit art imitates life or life imitates art, because the movie is, in a nutshell, about a group of documentarians.
Documentarians, yeah.
And they go off to the Amazon, the Amazonian rainforests, and they come across a tribe of cannibals who are afraid of them because they've got guns and they've got technology, and they abuse that power, and we'll get into this properly when we review the film properly in a moment, but they rape, they mutilate, they encourage mutilation and cannibalism. And it's almost like the director was like, while he was out there shooting these scenes, he was like, let's kill that turtle, let's kill that monkey. And I feel like the power of his script went to his head a bit.
Do you think cocaine was
I think there was a lot of cocaine kicking around as well.
It's like the way you just said, let's kill that, that straight away. I was like, that seems like the energy, the chaotic energy that cocaine brings.
And I didn't even realise, I'd forgotten actually, because this is actually, hands up, this is only the second time I've ever seen this movie.
Yeah, same.
And I'd forgotten about the cocaine in the movie as well.
I had no idea. I didn't remember it at all. There's loads of stuff now I didn't know. I was like, oh, they're having sex in front of all the other village. Like, what? Loads of things I didn't know. So let's get into this film, because it's
one to talk about.
I'm never going to watch it again. I remember what I was watching yesterday, and I thought to myself, I'm never going to watch this again. I don't need to watch this. I don't know. It's a weird film. It does have a purpose. You know it has a purpose, but I don't like its delivery.
This is a first for 7 years of podcasting and 92 plus episodes, Gab. I agree with you. I will probably never...
I'm sure you've agreed with me before.
No. I'm happy to watch anything at any time, but I will probably never watch it again.
Okay, yes.
Again. I don't need to. I've seen it twice now. I really took it in this time for the review and making my notes, and yeah, I don't need to see it again. I get it. I get what it's doing.
So I know what I'm getting you for your birthday. Right.
Let's get started. Well, first of all, I've got to talk about the score, because the score is actually fucking beautiful.
It's an orchestral piece going on, and you got to remember this is before it was done on MIDI keyboards. This is would have been scored in 78, 79, I guess, and it's an orchestra piece, and it's got some nice bits, some weird synthesizer bits which make it sound like, what was that program back in the day? Pigeon Park or something.
Pigeon Street.
Pigeon Street. It sounds a bit like Pigeon Street at times. Boo, boo, boo. It does that for no reason.
You're right. It does do that. Yeah, you're correct.
But there is music, and it starts off with this gorgeous, before there's drones, you could tell because it's a shaky helicopter. These lovely shots of the Amazonian river and forest and stuff like that. And
it's beautiful, and we get that little.
It's a juxtaposition, though. It's very pleasant. The music's quite pleasant. And you get that again, that very juxtaposition with the brutality you're visualising, you know?
You get that almost Texas Chainsaw thing where you get that message that comes up saying, just to let you know, all scenes are going to be shown in their entirety for authenticity.
Way ahead of their time.
Oh, hang on a minute. What? Is this real? What's happening? So already you would get people sort of looking at each other like, so is this real? I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Let's watch it.
I'm wondering when this is going to come out again, because basically Blair Witch have gone and just... I don't think they have specifically taken this. I'm not guessing they've gone and said that's a good model, but that's a brilliant model, and they've done it. So it's got to be done again. There's got to be free. If something else is a found footage thing is going to come out one day and do this again, and we all could go fucking hell. It's got.
So we had War of the Worlds, as we all know, happened.
Yeah, very true, very true. Maybe that's the granddaddy. Then then Blair Witch.
We had Cannibal Holocaust. We had Blair Witch. And I would also say that we had, before Blair Witch and after this, we had that, and I'm going to, put this out there, we had that TV show, what was that UK TV show called?
Ghostwatch.
Ghostwatch. And that really blew people away. And you've really got to strike the right note and get just the right amount of realism in it.
What's the connection between all of them four? You said the four of them it involves the public actually in real time almost. It involves the public as a massive a massive factor of the film itself. It's almost a layer of the film is the public's reception and what they're being told and their belief in it. War of the Worlds did it. This did it. No worries. Blair Witch did it. And yeah, Ghostwatch had exactly the same. If you haven't seen Ghostwatch, do watch that. I don't know. I haven't seen it for many years. We should probably cover it, actually. Maybe it's a weird one to cover, but we could because it's not
available on YouTube. But that was basically where.
But that wasn't a film. But then again, War of the Worlds wasn't a film, was it? It was a radio show. But it's taken something which is super, super realistic, but then making it massively realistic by going
mass hysteria.
Yeah, exactly. By going, this is that, and then people going, oh my god, oh my god. I don't know nowadays because you've got social media and we can look at the news and debunk shit very, very quickly. Where we didn't have that so much with Blair Witch, even though they did use the advent of the internet and their websites for doing that with the Blair Witch. So yeah, it is using mass hysteria of audience stuff. Yeah. So
those are your four main culprits, I think, and this is definitely embedded in there, especially for film. There we go. We get that Texas Chainsaw thing. They tried to do it with Texas Chainsaw, and no one was really buying it, but it is what it is. But so kicking in then. So we get a reporter on the top of the Empire State Building. He's talking about cannibals.
Film, isn't it? Dub film.
You what? Sorry.
It's a dubbed film.
It is. It is a dubbed film, and he's talking about cannibals, and he's. It's great. What I love is the shots of New York in the 80s we get. Just some awesome street shots. New York in the 80s, people wandering around. It gives you that basket case, that Chud, or Chud 2, but the Chud, feel to it. That gritty 80s New York feel to it.
It's so interesting. You just got these random people just looking in a window of a TV shop selling TVs, and they're looking at the TV, and then we look at the TV ourselves. So you've got the audience looking at the film, like we're watching these people just gather towards it. Actually, people on the street, real people. Then we're looking at what they're looking at. Then all of a sudden, obviously the screen flips to that. It's so ahead of its time, really, isn't it?
It is, Gav, and I feel like by the end of this conversation, you are going to be leaning more towards the positive on this because there's so many technical, original things in this.
In setup, yeah. In payoff, possibly not.
Yeah. Did you notice the Dracula billboard up in Times Square?
Yeah, I've never seen that one. That's with Frank. What's he called?
Frank Langella, Skeletor. Yeah.
It's massive really poster, cool. Isn't it? His arms right out. It's huge.
Really, really cool.
Yeah.
So we hear about these four documentary guys who never came back from the Green Inferno. So we get that touch of the Green Inferno, which obviously...
concept-wise, it's quite good. You've got this mystery element and then some sort of mercenaries as such. They're not like one's like a doctor and stuff. I love the fact when he agrees to the assignment, he like smokes his pipe and just gives a thumbs up and walks out of camera shot. I thought that was brilliant.
Brilliant. Smoke your pipe, mate. So basically, this professor has agreed he will go back to this place where these four kids have gone off to make a documentary, and he will try and find them because no one's ever heard from them. We don't know where they've gone. We don't know if they're still out there, if they're dead,
or find the footage. Yeah,
find the footage. Hence the term
footage.
Found footage. So good. It's so cool. It's definitely like. He didn't know what he was doing, did he, really? He used his power in the wrong way when he made this film.
I think if we'd have toned down the cocaine to maybe marijuana, we might have had a different movie.
So we jump into the jungle. Boom, we're in the Amazonian rainforest. And we have got these soldiers who just start mowing down a load of natives. We don't know why. A couple of them shoot back with blow darts.
Boo, 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 boo.
Is that your gun and I'll do my blow dart?
No, that's the Pigeon Street, isn't it? Boo, 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 boo. That's the Simpsons. Yeah.
And then what is it? So anyway, these soldiers kill these natives. And we get the seaplane land. And it's the professor who's looking for the four documentary guys. And he hooks up with this general and he says, like, we're going to lead an expedition. We're going to go into the jungle. We're going to find these guys. Do we know they're alive or not? And the general has got one of the kids' lighters, cigarette lighters, on a piece of rope that was found hanging around the neck of one of the tribe. that they killed. So they've taken their belongings as mementos. So they know these kids are definitely still in that jungle, or hopefully, or were at least still in that jungle.
You know, at the moment, people listening to this first half before we get into the actual the animal cruelty, well, not cruelty, the animal deaths and stuff, people could be listening to going, this sounds like a good fucking movie. It's like, we're going to probably big it up a lot more than the actual film itself.
It's a great story, though.
That's it. That's it. It's a simple story. Someone's gone lost. Let's send out some almost mercenaries to go out there and do it. It's great. It's basically Rambo, the fifth one.
Or Predator. It feels a bit like Predator at times as well when they go into the woods with the mercenaries.
Especially when they find the skinned bodies.
Oh, yeah. Well, we hear them talking about this other tribe called the Tree People, and the Tree People are the cannibals. So they touch on this a little bit. This is brought up, the famous Tree People. Even this tribe are afraid of the Tree People. So we know that there's this other tribe who perhaps live in a big tree. They're cannibals, by the way. Cannibals. Spoiler. Okay. Yeah. What else happened? So they basically, very cruel. They capture one of the natives, one of the tribe, and they basically use him to lead them into the jungle because he knows the way. He knows the jungle. So they follow this guy through the jungle. We do get a bit of a Stand By Me moment with some leeches, don't we?
Do we?
Yeah. Not on the penis, though, just some leeches.
I don't even remember that bit. I think that's very minute to the rest of the stuff. I had to try and draw it out of my mind, going, oh my God.
They find a turtle shell, an empty turtle shell, which we find out what happened to that turtle later. We'll come back to that later. And basically, they're retracing the steps of these guys. So this is almost like if they made a Blair Witch movie, and I'd still think that this would be a good movie. If they did a Blair Witch movie where a guy said, my sister's gone missing or something.
They did. The newest Blair Witch movie is
basically...
Yeah,
they did,
that's that movie, you penis.
I know, really. I'm joking.
Oh! I thought you were pulling my penis.
I was pulling your penis. I was pulling your Blair Witch.
So they're going through the woods and they do find a dead body slumped against a tree, just a little one sitting down, don't they? Then they sit down and they blow coke into their guide's face.
Yeah, so they basically say to the professor, it's fine. Look, what we'll do is we'll get the native, because this native guy, this tribe guy, he'll probably kill us in our sleep. So let's just get him good and high. They give him a load of coke.
Giving him cocaine's not going to stop him killing you. It's going to make him more ferocious.
It's going to make him be able to take them all on and kill them all, I've heard. Then they get a muskrat out the tree, a little muskrat, and this is the first scene of animal cruelty. So they're hungry. So they grab this muskrat, which is like a little monkey rat thing, and they stab it in the stomach and they rip it open and they rip its guts out. And he says, give some to the native guy. He loves eating raw stomach from the muskrat. So they give it to him and he eats it. So he's all coked up and he's eating this stomach of this muskrat.
He's got quite an appetite considering he's coked up.
Yeah. It's starting to get a bit weird at this point, and we're only about 15 minutes into the movie at this point. Now, we get this really weird scene, quite hard to watch already, and I say that...
Is this the wooden sheath one?
Yes.
Or stone sheath. I think it's wooden sheath. What the fuck? Yeah, no, you can... Go ahead, Dan. Tell it.
So, they suddenly see a guy in a boat who we find out later is definitely one of the tree people, the cannibals, and he's on a boat. And he's rowing up to shore on the river, and he's got a woman with him. Now, she looks like a white woman. I don't know if she's one of the documentarians, but...
She did, because she's covered in mud. She can't really tell exactly, but she did look like a white lady. Mm.
Yeah. So he basically drops her on the shore. She's still alive. And then he... there's no easy way to say this, really. He rapes her with a big rock. Which is just weird and not very nice. And
again,
then
it's not needed.
It's not, and it really goes on for a bit longer than it's needed, and it's quite detailed. And then he caves her head in with said big rock.
Because I'm going there. Oh, what is this? Some sort of message? The white person they come and rape our village, etc., etc. This is one of the natives themselves doing some raping from the get go. So what? Maybe there isn't a message, but why I don't understand. This is the problem with this movie. Why have this scene? We don't need a scene. It could have been done in a lot more tasteful manner, but obviously the dude was not going for tasteful. He was going for a fucking, I'm going to push it, but... Sorry,
well, our gang, the professor and the soldiers, watch this from the bushes, and the professor is horrified, obviously, because he's studied tribes, he knows a lot about indigenous people, but he's seeing it firsthand here, and it's really hard to stomach. And we, as the viewers, are finding it hard to watch. Anyway, once he's killed this girl, he puts her back on the boat, and he goes off, and they sort of describe, oh, she must have done something bad. That's a punishment. He's done that to basically appease the gods. But don't worry, we can follow him now.
Yeah.
So that's great. Well, that's all good. So one of the guides just decides to strip down. So they follow him for a bit, and then one of the guides decides to strip down. I can't remember his name now. And he's got a gigantic cock, hasn't he, this guy?
Well, before we get into this man's gigantic penis, they do find his tribe and they give him a flick knife, and this guy's just going crazy with this flick knife. And they try to get them they get on side with this particular tribe. And we do find out that there's another tribe which they have battles with, and I presume it's the same as like gangs and stuff, different tribes, isn't it? Essentially, that's what gangs are, really, isn't it? And that's what happens, and they then they smoke one of the other tribe out of a tree. Do you remember?
Are you talking about the bit where they set the village on fire?
No. Before this, there's one of the other tribe members up a tree, and they smoke him out of a tree.
Oh yeah, that's right. And he falls down. So that's right. So they capture him.
Yeah, then they cut someone open,
tie him up.
Yeah, then they rape. They cut them open. There's like someone on the beach. There's a couple of women, isn't there? It's one tribe and another tribe having a fight. They rape a woman, they cut another one open, and then they get scared away by the guns that come along with their guns. They shoot him.
That's right. And then the guide gets naked in the sea.
Yeah, that's when he goes like. Occasionally with this film we have a bit of a narration over the top from the professor himself, but the professor feels like he needs to get there with them, so he goes and strips off of his big cock, and he goes into the water, and then he gets 6 Amazonian naked women jump in the water, grabbing at his cock.
But they were all prostitutes hired from a local brothel because they couldn't find any actresses to do this.
Well, fair enough.
And they didn't know what was going on. So if you watch that scene again,
it looks hilarious. No, the scene that looked
they're all looking at the camera, going, "Should I suck it down? What do I do now?"
Like what happens on Benny Hill at weekends,
It was pretty intense and pretty strange. This tribe that you mentioned, Gab, they're all wearing items around their necks that belonged to the kids, the documentarians who'd gone missing. So, but yeah, you're right. They do this ritual. The other guy gets his dick out as well. The other guy that's leading them into the jungle, and he gets blow dart shot at his feet, and he sort of screams at them and does something else, and then eventually it's kind of this like peaceful greeting where they allow them to enter their tribe. Like you said, he gives them a flick knife. They have dinner with them.
Well, the thing, because if you remember, he runs up. He finds that shrine, don't they, with the camera on it and all that stuff. They find a shrine with all camera film, and oh my god, they're like, we need to get this camera film. We need to get this tribe on our side. This is the professor's mission. MO in this film is basically to try and get hold, or he knows they're dead, to get hold of the camera footage. This tribe have the camera footage. They need to get the trust of the tribe to give them the camera footage. That's what they do. And he goes up to them, and he shoots a gun off loads. Just to show like he's got a gun, sort of thing. Not as in a threatening way, but to say like, I think you can have the gun. Did they give him the gun? No, I don't know why he does that. It doesn't. It sounds like it'd be a threatening thing. But then that's when they invite to dinner, and that's when they have to eat human.
And the professor spots skeletons of the 4 documentary guys.
And the professor eats.
He does eat a piece
of one of the people he's looking for. Well, it's going to be one of the guys he's looking for, isn't it? Which is a bit like, whoa. But he's doing that because he's going to go above and beyond to get this camera footage to take back to the professors and the other professors. It's an insane movie. It really is.
He gets the tapes. And we find out that the reason that the natives kept the tapes and kept them in such high regard is because they were shiny, because the cans that they're in are so shiny. They thought that these 4 white people, that was their power, their strength was within these shiny objects. So that's why they didn't dispose of them or burn them or anything. So the professor basically barters with them and gets the cans of film back from them. And that's kind of the end of the first half, really.
That's the halfway point, your midpoint turn, when anything in a movie structure just has a fucking 180 reversal and it goes another direction. We now flick back to where we started with actual people saying, oh, look, they found some footage. This is what we're going to do. We're going to edit them. I love the fact that the editor's like, I've put in a little bit of music, sound bites, just to give it a bit more jazz. And it's like, oh, my God. Like, you've put in music while they're raping. What insane lunatic are you? Let's put some of these pigeon sounds in while they're being raped. Why am I doing an Australian accent? I don't know why I'm going Australian there. Sorry, continue.
I don't know, mate.
I don't know either.
But the professor meets with some film executives, and they're very keen to just get this footage put out there for everyone to see. And he's like, whoa.
Yeah,
we need to fucking review this footage.
We've not seen it. Let's not just put it on the news. Jesus Christ, that man and woman would be fired on the spot. Like, what are you doing?
So he's like, let's sit down and review these tapes and find out exactly what was going on. She, at this point, the executive says to him, there's probably something we should tell you about these guys, these documentary guys. They play dirty. They are not adverse to going into... So they show some footage to him of them going into somewhere like Nigeria, it looks like, and they film some executions. And he's like, well, that's shocking stuff, really brave footage. And they're like, no. These guys paid to have these put on film. Like, these guys didn't need to be executed. They pushed for to make because they're so keen to get the Pulitzer Prize. They're so keen.
I'm excited by what we're saying here. I want to remake this concept of a film because it sounds so brilliant.
Well, we start to slowly find out they're actually quite devious, these guys that have gone out, and they're actually the baddies in a way. They've gone out to film a documentary on cannibals, but they're not.
Yeah, it's two guys and a lady. It's three guys and a lady.
Three guys and a lady.
Because obviously the camera's filming. Obviously the three of them. So we obviously got a fault for that.
Three men and a lady, Gav.
It's 3 men and a lady raping and killing animals. Brilliant. The sequel you never thought you were going to see with those 3 actors. Who's in 3 Men and a Baby? It's Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
So think of let's change these actors into Cannibal Holocaust. Tom Selleck. Ted Danson and
Steve Guttenberg. Fucking hell.
Please make us the film poster.
Tom Selleck with his moustache just wandering around.
Going crazy with cocaine all over his moustache.
Steve Guttenberg with his big airy chest.
Trying to have sex with everybody.
Ted Danson's wig flying off. 3 men and a lady. 3 men and a cannibal. Oh, that's it. 3 men and a cannibal lady. I want to see it. I want to see it now.
I want to see it. They go to talk to all different family members, don't they?
Yeah, they go
to the zoo, and we see children and just weirdness to fill out the movie time. I don't know.
Well, they go and interview some of the family members. They interview one of the guy's dads, and he's like, "My son was a piece of shit. I'm glad he's dead." So we get to find out that they weren't that liked.
Again,
so really turning the tables here.
Again, what a great concept. Let's go down and find out more about these 3 people. And it's like building up for this gnarly thing we're about to see. And this would have been what was going on in the cinema. If that's your this is your starter. Let's go for this is a food film. We don't have a start, a middle and end. We have a starter, an entree, which is the main course, and a pudding dessert of an after.
What the fuck is the pudding dessert in this one then, Gav?
I'm not sure what it could be.
Well, we start to review the footage properly with the executives in the studio, and the first thing we see is we already get a glimpse of these guys do not give a fuck. So these guys making the documentary, they are all naked. The girls running around without any clothes on. They're all running around without any clothes on. They don't care about getting their knobs and fannies and boobs out. They're just doing it.
This movie got to the point where I was like, I'm not even going to mention, oh, look, there's boobs in this movie. This was just like, the whole thing was just boobs and cock. I was just like,
boobs and cock everywhere.
That isn't even a factor in this film. It literally passes by. I don't even notice there's boobs in this anymore.
They get to a point, but for me now, this is the hardest scene to watch in the movie for me. And I know, Gav, you shut your eyes for this scene. So we find out what happened to the turtle. So in the the turtle is a huge one of those great big turtles, probably.
I definitely didn't want to see this in HD. It was bad enough in pirate VHS. I don't need high definition.
I will describe it in brief detail. So they get a turtle out of the sea, out of the river, and they chop its head off.
It's alive, by the way.
And it's a real turtle, all this footage.
A big.
And when they chop its head off, obviously all its limbs are vibrating and shaking. For me, that isn't the worst bit. The worst bit then is when they crack the shell open and then they rip into it and start pulling its organs out. I felt very queasy watching that. And I know, Gav, you said to me you shut your eyes when that scene was on, didn't you?
Funny enough, it is quite a few scenes. The monkey scene, I didn't bother.
You don't need to see this. You don't. That's what I'm saying, listeners. You don't need to watch this movie. Hopefully my description is gross enough that you'll think, yeah, I don't need to bother watching that. If you want to go and check it out, but just prepare yourself. It's not a fucking easy watch. The girl, in fact, the main girl...
It goes on way too long as well. The tale, because I was not watching, I was like conscious of how long I'm looking at, not looking. Does that make sense? I'm just literally got my iPad up in front of me. It's like, don't need to see it, don't need to see it. And I was like, oh my God, it's still going. Don't need to see it, don't need to see it.
I get that the director is trying to make out and let the audience know that these guys aren't very nice.
There's other ways to do it. There's other ways.
The next few scenes involve a tarantula landing on the girl, and they kill a tarantula, again, a real tarantula. Then someone gets bitten by a snake, and they kill the snake. They also cut the guy's legs off, and he actually dies from the snake bite.
Just after the turtle show, this is the point where the editor butts in and says, it's just literally a quick scene, which is what you kind of do with found footage. You have to, at times, explain why the camera's filming you. I like the point here. It just butts in with the editor saying, I've put in a little bit of stock music to, I don't think he said jazz, I can't remember what he says. And it's really interesting they pop it in there, just so you're like, that's why there's a music score over this found footage. And they thought of it. They're really ahead of their time. I just wish they'd done a different thing.
And again, when the guy gets bitten by the snake, and there's
a snake in my boot.
It reminds me a little bit of Brain Dead at the beginning, because they're like trying to chop his leg off to see if they can save him.
Yeah, they do, because there was a snake in his boot, by the way. I wasn't just trying to be Woody from Toy Story.
And Woody. Oh, I thought you said Willy.
That's a different type of Toy Story.
Okay, and yeah,
I was about to say Boy Story, but that sounds a bit weird, doesn't it?
They keep filming this guy who's getting his leg chopped off.
Yeah.
And they keep looking at the camera going, don't you dare stop filming. Don't you stop filming. So these guys are so into what they're doing, their power trip, because they're like highly praised documentarians. They're just like, yeah, man, it's fine. We get this on film. It's all good. So they kill this. The guy ends up dying. And he was Felipe, the guy with the big dick. So he's dead now. So they're like, well, what are we going to do? And they're like, that's all right. We'll just go on without him. So these guys,
because he just dies, and they say, "Oh, we've got a compass." Yeah,
we got a compass. It's fine. Good fucking luck, then, guys.
Don't see those dudes doing cocaine, but they should have shown some scenes of them doing cocaine. It would explain the lunacy and extremeness of it all. It's just like it's in Spinal Tap when he goes to 11. It's 11.
The power is really going to their heads. And again, I feel like the director was allowing the power to go his head by filming some of the scenes we've described. But
it's like the city and civilizations have been like their prison. Now they're out in the free world. They can actually do what the fuck they want. Do you know what I mean? And they're just literally going, yeah, fuck it. Let's do this, do that, what the fuck we want. We don't give a shit.
Well, they kill a monkey as well. They chop its top of its head off and they eat its brains. And
that was a live monkey as well. I didn't watch that either.
And it didn't go well, so they had to do it twice. They didn't get the scene they wanted, so they had to kill 2 monkeys. But they did, again, they gave the monkeys' brains to the local village. In real life, this is, because those are a delicacy for them. But even so, you killed 2 monkeys for this movie, you know what I mean? As well as all the other animals we've mentioned. They shoot one of the tribe to slow him down so they can follow him.
They're basically, these guys are cunts.
They basically use this tribe of, I was going to say they were primitive then, but maybe they're not primitive. They just do things the way they've always done things. This tribe of cannibals who just don't do anything other than what they do. They use them for their entertainment, for their exploitation. So they finally catch up with the tribe. and they scare them. They shoot guns in the air.
But when he shoots a tribe, we pop back to the because at times we pop back to a little cinema room with about 5 people dotted about.
4 or 5 executives.
Very, very clean edge people. Very clean edge. They probably have never seen porn. This was just like, for them, like, what the fuck? And we just keep kind of cutting back to them, and after the tribe, it's amazing. The professor says this line, like, the tribe gets shot, and they cut back to them. The professor says, "Well, that's not the best way of establishing communication with the tribe." No shit, no shit. You don't need to explain that. Thanks, Professor. Is that what your PhD's in? No shit. Fucking hell.
We get another death of an animal now. Unfortunately, they kill a pig, and immediately after, one of the main actors.
I know, that poor little piggy.
He looks to the camera straight after, and he fucks his lines up. The reason he fucked his lines up is because he said in the background he could hear the pig making little whimpering sounds as it died, which put him off saying his lines. And the director was like, "Well, we only had one pig, so we'll have to use that take."
Oh, really?
So
I didn't know.
That's why his little monologue about his. I can't remember what it's about now, but that's why it's not very good, because they left it in there, because they're all traumatized from making this movie, as you can imagine.
I'm not surprised. Absolutely not surprised. After this, they go now and burn the village down, and I was just... They
burn down this tribe's village.
Yeah.
They burn it down. So they're doing what white people have done to indigenous people for years. They've come here, they've shown their power and their authority and their guns. They've killed so that's food to them, and they're just killing it. And now they set their fucking houses and roofs of their houses on fire.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I don't know. And then they sit there and have aggressive sex, like the two, a white man and a white woman of the 4 of them, just sit there and have sex. And while the rest of the tribe sit there and watch.
They make the rest of the tribe watch them have sex.
And it goes on for a little while.
I don't know if you know this, Gav, but that sex scene
was a
real sex scene. Yep. So he was married at the time, the actor, and the director has suggested that they go off and practice, and he said, no, I'm married. But the female actor now has since said that they were an item, and apparently that scene has been said to be a real penetrative sex scene in front of 20 tribespeople sat on the edge of a river.
Not knowing what the fuck's going on. Sitting there going, "Mummy, what's going on today?" I don't know. These white people are just giving us animals they're killing. I don't know what's going on.
Because at the end of the sex scene, the guy comes, so they both come, and then you hear their buddy go, "Hee hee hee," and he's been filming them the whole time. He's like, "You son of a bitch! Oh, look at you filming us having sex."
The white lady of the 4, she's in a movie coming out next year.
Is she?
She's still like doing some bits and bobs here and there. It's really random. It's not random at all, but I didn't expect them to. I looked her up and I was like, "Oh my god, she's still doing stuff." I expected it to be like this, then nothing sort of thing, you know.
We cut back to the professor, who's sort of saying to the executives, "Now you understand why we can't show this footage. Like, we really need to either clean this up or just not show it. It's just not something we can show." Cutting back to the documentarians discover that the tribe's elders, so anyone who's very old, rather than just die, they walk off to a certain point of the river and they just fall down and just rot away. So they come across a bunch of old people who had been dying for days, and one of the guys is just having a shave next to them, and he's like, "Check it out," and he's shaving himself, and there's an old rotting lady next to him. It's just weird. Then they also film this scene that I don't quite understand, which is where the tribe, I don't know if the woman's been raped or she's having an abortion, but this tribeswoman is seemingly giving birth, and the tribe don't like the fact that she's giving birth. So as she's giving birth, they take whatever it is she's giving birth to, drown it, and then they smash her head in with rocks. And they just the documentarians just carry on filming this. Then they capture a girl from the village, and the men gang rape her, whilst the white guys sort of not cheers them on, but she's like, look, if you're going to do it, don't film it. Why do you have to film it? And they take it in turns.
Yeah, because the girl's saying, oh, stop wasting film on this. We can't use this stuff. Don't
gang rape this girl.
Don't gang rape this woman and hold her down while your buddies fuck her. Not that. Not, oh, don't use this. We need the film.
And that's the scene where you cut back to the executives now when that gang rape's going on. And the woman in there, I think she walks out of the room, and a couple of them are like, yeah, I get what you're saying, actually, Professor. Perhaps we shouldn't put this on David Attenborough's fucking Blue Planet.
On 5 o'clock news.
Imagine David Attenborough narrating over this on Blue Planet on Netflix.
No, don't do it. Don't, no, stop, no.
Yeah, just wouldn't.
No.
He uses a stone sheet.
No.
The monkey's brains have spilled over the sides of the... The pig has been shot. It's just... I don't know what they're thinking. Anyway, the girl that they rape, because she's been raped, they find her later as punishment by the tribe. She's on a fucking spike, Gav. Can you describe the scene to our listeners? It's a very famous image from this movie.
It's a very cold picture, actually. It's the picture you'd see on people's t-shirts and stuff, because the effects for this...
That's crazy, isn't it?
I've seen like people with white t-shirts, and that's like a long picture. It's a really cool picture. The effects is really good. Everyone knows it wasn't real. It's basically... it's like a human's been spit roasted. It's a naked lady. It's like if she's been spit roasted. So let's say a stick, a pole, a bit of wood, whatever's gone straight up the anus and come out the mouth. So it would be straight up. So the head has to be almost looking up at the sky, the neck right back, and the point of the stick coming out of the mouth. And it's incredibly well done. The lady
practical.
is staying completely quiet, still, and practical, and literally wouldn't have cost that much money to do. It's brilliant.
And again, like I touched on at the very beginning, it was so brilliant.
They could have cut out all the animal stuff, all the rape stuff, and or maybe that one rape scene, then had that woman being up that pole for that reason. Just that, and that would have been enough for you to go, wow, this movie. Do you know what I mean?
And again, this scene is so good and looks so good and is such a cult image that in court in 1980, they had to show and demonstrate to the judge how they created this scene, and they had to recreate it. Using a bicycle seat and everything else to show that she was sat on a seat, and that's just incredible. But it's a shame that it's mixed in with all this terrible weirdness that's gone in with this movie.
The word you just said a minute ago, create. That is what this movie is. It is a very, very creative movie. In all its ways it's made. It's very, very, very creative and very ahead of its time. It's just the actual meat of it. Excuse the pun. It's just like, I don't know.
Well, we're coming up to the end now. So basically our 4 heroes, and I'm using air quotes here, our 4 main guys, they suddenly get surrounded by the tree people. And one of them gets spared. The tribe take his body off. This is where they hold him up against the tree, strip him off. And this scene is so well done. I don't know how they did it, Gab. It must have been a prosthetic penis, but they grab his penis, stretch it out, because penises are malleable. You can stretch out a flaccid penis. They pull it out, and the tribal girl, just hacks at it once or twice with a knife. Off it comes.
And you can see a little bit of a root of a penis in the testicles.
It's done incredibly well.
I thought about it when watching it. I'm guessing he was doing obviously Silence of the Lambs, his junk's tucked between his legs, but I reckon also they'd obviously made a fake testicles and penis, maybe sausage or something, and then that would have been longer, and I reckon he's as his legs are pushed together, it's probably holding it there. But it's so well done. It's so well done.
This was the scene when I watched it for the very first time with my little sister. Like I said, we were sat there, and that moment happened. And up until that point, we hadn't looked at each other. She'd seen the movie before. I'd never seen it. And up until that point, none of us had spoken until the cock got cut off. And then my sister just turned to me and went, "Sorry about that." And I just sort of looked at her like, ow.
It's because she didn't look at you and just go, chop. But look, think about the movie itself here. Like I just said a minute ago, if we'd have cut out all of that shit nonsense, the raping earlier and stuff, if we just had this woman who's gang raped, right, then the tribe thought that you can't come to our village and do that. So they put a pole going through her, which is obviously penetration, correct? Then they take the man and cut his penis off, obviously as a thing saying that you've done this, we're chopping your penis off. If you'd have just had those three things at the end of the found footage, do you know what I mean? That would have made the film still as powerful. Absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
Unfortunately, Gav, they don't just cut his dick off, because then they smash him up with rocks and sticks, and then they cut him up and rip him apart with their hands, and then they cook him up, and then they eat him up.
The funny thing is, the cameraman's still filming. How do you explain that one?
Because they said earlier, don't stop filming. No matter what happens,
when your
don't
mate's being
stop
cooked up, there's a chance you're going in as pudding. So, you know.
Faye, the lady from the group, she's cool. She's stripped. She's raped. So the tribesmen take it in turns on her.
Cool. I don't think
she's cool.
She's cool.
She's cool.
She's stripped. She's raped. It's like, right, okay.
Caught.
Right.
So she's kind of gang raped by some of the tribesmen, almost in retaliation, I guess. And all of this is being filmed, like you say, Gav. She's then beaten to death, and her head is cut off and held up in the air while they all sort of scream and howl, and it's just insanity. The last guy, the cameraman, they start to come at him, and he tries to run, and obviously we see that very cleverly, and again for 1980, extremely clever. We see it all through the camera. We see him caught. We see him fall down. His face lands right in front of the camera lens, blood dripping all down his forehead, and that's kind of it. And then we cut back to the room with the executives in New York, who all get up. That none of them say a word. They all just get up and walk out the room without saying a single word. Not a deal is made. Not a dollar or a cent is traded. It's just. And then one of the guys turns around and says, "Burn the tapes. Burn everything. Burn it all."
This is my notes. Really, it's like the footage ends, and we're shown with a few of the audience members just sitting there, just like, what the fuck? Exactly the same as how. Yeah, exactly as how I feel. So the guy just looks at him and says, "John, I want the material burned. All of it." And that's my feelings. That's my feelings of this film.
And then we get the last scene where the professor walks out into New York, and he says, and he sees a lorry drive by that's got like a symbol on the side, which he'd seen tattooed on the back of one of the tribesmen. And as it drives past, he says, "Sometimes I wonder who the real cannibals are in this world." Well, clearly it's the guys that have just eaten all those fucking documentarians. It's no one in New York, is it?
Not the logo maker for that company.
What the fuck? Sometimes I wonder who the real cannibals are. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to say...
You can't just tag that on in the last second.
They're trying to say...
Everybody's going to forget that. They're just going to remember the raping and the killing of the animals.
They're trying to say that we as a Western, and I use the phrase, air quotes for civilized world, that we are too. We're all consuming. We want to eat everything. We want it more. We want more. Now. Yesterday, and we want to eat it and do it all now. I get what he means by, I wonder who the cannibals are, but at the same time, don't put me through that and then try and come at me with a bit of fucking morality, because Jesus Christ. My bollocks and dick have shriveled up inside me. They're somewhere in my chest after that dick cutting scene. I almost threw up my lunch watching the turtle get gutted for about 4 minutes. That went on for as well.
You didn't eat, did you, while watching this?
I ate hours and hours before, thankfully.
Yeah, I remember thinking, I need to get some lunch. I was like, gonna get lunch first.
So it's an interesting one, Gav. Like I said to you off air and on our messages this week, the movie is an important movie in the horror genre. In that we've touched on it. It's definitely one of the granddaddies of found footage. It's definitely got some incredibly creative and original ideas. Some of the storytelling is brilliant. The whole first part where the professor starts to retrace the steps. I'd love to see that done in a much more...
That's a kind of detective mystery sort of element to it.
Yeah.
Cool. It's not too bad,
But then they just throw in this mucky, rapey real animal killing stuff.
We could go and make the second half of the film and still cut in the audience of that. Make it ourselves again.
I don't know what it says about me as a human being, that I would rather see this movie minus the animal killing. But if you want to leave in like the rape and the mutilation scenes, I get that at least in this type of movie. But the animal mutilation scenes for me were just the director showing off that they were filming in a country with no rules. They could do what they want, and he was almost being a bit of a Weinstein, like, I'll make these actors do whatever I want because I'm paying them. And I feel like they were really pushed into situations. I'd love to read some interviews with these actors. They were pushed into situations where the girl was forced to run around naked. She might have been forced into that sex scene, I don't know. It's just insane. But a very important movie and very interesting entry into not just horror but film. I think film generally is infamous.
I agree. It's one of those things. Do you give someone this a thumbs up? And I definitely don't give this movie a thumbs up.
I cannot recommend this movie.
But
in fact,
the film, like you say, is important.
You messaged me last night and said, I cannot say anything good towards this movie or anything positive towards this movie. And I think I disagree.
I have now, though, since talking about this and the importance of this film through this conversation.
No one needs to watch this film.
No. I do see the importance of it, and it is something which needs to be in the archives of film. But you could possibly listen to a review or read the synopsis in more detail rather than watch the actual product.
But it's a really, really interesting film. What I would say, guys, and I don't say this very often, but if you want to go watch this movie, if you've never seen it, what we've talked about is only, we've not even gone into the details of the shit that you see with the animal cruelty and stuff. So do bear that in mind, and don't come running to me, like Mum always said. Don't come running to me if you fall down and break your leg. How can I come running to you if I break my leg, Mum? How? But yeah, if you want to go check it out, do so. But if you've seen it, you know what we're talking about. And if you never want to watch it, hey, high five to you, because fucking crazy.
But if you're a horror fan and you want to do the whole fucking horror experience, I guess take a ride.
And that's horror, isn't it, Gav?
Yeah, it's horror.
I guess
we are horror fans, and
we go and watch movies like Serbian Movie and this, and
you keep saying it's Serbian film. It's not Serbian movie.
Oh, I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, I was in Serbian Movie.
What's Serbian Movie?
I'll send you some clips later.
Oh. Okay.
Well, there we go. That's Cannibal Holocaust from 1980. I think let's lighten up the mood because that was a heavy one. All right. There's going to be no turtles in this one other than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because we're going to 1992. Are you excited, Gav? Are you ready?
I'm very excited. Can we get in your sweaty box?
Look at it. Humming away in the background.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Have you given it a paint job?
Yeah, look at the shaft on that. Look at the shaft. Look at how shiny it is.
It's a bit of a weird looking shaft, to be honest with you.
Have a smooth of that. Smooth it down.
Have a smooth at that? What's that mean? What's it? Rub it?
Yeah.
That's me rubbing
it. Smooth as fuck, isn't it? Right, let's get in this. You ready?
No.
Let's do it.
Whoa! What's this machine?
This is my time machine.
Your time machine?
Yeah. For the next 5 minutes, we are going to be the Time Team.
The Time Team! Whoa!
What's this? Look at that!
Look at that!
Oh, he's been dead 100 years. Look at that!
Look at that. It's the Statue of Liberty coming out of the sand.
Oh, there's a dinosaur!
Oh my god, look at that! It's something else.
Hey! Woo.
Oh, that wasn't too bad, right?
Sorry about that.
What?
Nothing. Here we are, 1992.
Yep. What's going
Excited?
on? Yeah, I'm always.
Good. Well, let's talk you through it. Toys. Can I start with some toys?
Okay, what came out in 92?
Well, in 1992, we had a really cool set of toys coming out because there was a cartoon, the X-Men cartoon was on TV that everyone was watching. And they had all the toys coming out, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Professor X. You had all the cool toys come out. And I remember, how old was I?
You were 14, I was 15.
And I remember looking at my brother thinking, man, I kind of want to play with these toys. I kind of want to start buying these toys, but I was a bit too old. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't cool for my age to have toys, but
the toys were quite cool. That's what it happens when you come back to being a man-child later on in life when you turn 40, though. So it's fine.
Well, the set of toys that really got my attention was the crash test dummies that my brother started buying. Do you remember these little crash test dummies? And there was a cartoon that went with it, and you put them in their cars, and you'd crash the car, and the car would like explode into
yeah.
and then the dummies would fly out through the window.
Yeah.
But if you put the seat belts on the dummy and then smash the car would smash up, but the dummy wouldn't fall apart. They were so clever, and they were like teaching safety.
Okay.
And I was like,
yeah, totally. I remember.
I was like, man, I kind of want to play with these toys. I'm not going to lie, I played with them when my brother wasn't around.
So,
all right.
So I was 15, so I definitely wouldn't be into toys. I would have just been skateboarding continuously all the time. That's all I would have done.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a nice segue, while you were 15, you would have been into hip-hop as well. Do you want to hear what hip-hop came out in 1992?
Yes.
Okay. A little album called The Chronic dropped in 1992.
Do you know what? Last night I listened to The Chronic.
Dr. Dre, The Chronic.
I listened to it last night. I haven't listened to it for years. Yeah, man.
It's such an incredible album.
It's a great album.
And of course...
Don't even listen to The Chronic 2000. That's a load of shit. But The Chronic...
It's all right.
No, fuck that. Yes. Chronic's classic. Yeah, so it's brilliant.
We also got The Predator by Ice Cube this year. Another great album.
Yeah. It was Good Days on that. It's like my favourite song.
We also got a white Irish hip-hop band drop a song and an album this year. We're talking House of Pain.
Oh, shit. Jump Around.
They dropped Jump Around.
Fucking
and the
hell.
album, House of Pain. You and I went to see House of Pain together, didn't you?
Yeah, Danny Boy had the shits.
Danny Boy didn't turn up because he had the shit. So it was just Everlast and some DJ.
But Rich is brilliant because I'm a massive Everlast fan now. If I don't know if any of you people don't know of this, Everlast from any of you who are into hip hop back in the day, then Everlast is now and has been for many years now a solo artist, and some of his stuff's pretty fucking good. And he plays a guitar.
He's a bit of a country singer, isn't he?
It is, but he kind of, because he can rap. And he has that sort of influence in it, and he flows his singing, and it works.
Really
some of the songs are really good, really works. Because I remember at one point he had a big beef with Eminem, and yeah, back and forwards. And I look at the too. I know Eminem's more of a wordsmith than that, but the production, I prefer Everlast stuff, man. And for me, that his music's better than Eminem's music, you know.
Well, Jump Around, House of Pain, they're all over the charts. There was another group that came out in 1992 who had a song called Jump, funny enough, and we were talking about Crisscross.
Indeed. Did you wear your trousers backwards, Daniel?
I did wear my trousers
backwards. Of course you did. You're 14.
My mum told me off and said, you're not going out of the house like that. Fucking put them on the right way around, so I did.
I reckon I probably did at least one trip out around town with my trousers backwards.
Oh, Crisscross, two teenagers.
Unfortunately, one of them committed suicide.
Yeah, he did about 5 years ago.
6 years ago, yeah.
Another duo with little mini dreadlocks, just like Crisscross, was Das Effect.
I can't do it.
Everything they did.
Can you
was
do it?
Yeah, of course I can. They do all that shit. It was so good.
Yeah.
Those guys.
They do it. They do it not in Dan's kind of white style. They do it in a
they do it in a Brooklyn style.
It's fucking good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very, very good. And the last album, then, before we move away from hip hop, is another little white group from New York.
YBT?
No, we're talking Beasties.
Oh, Beastie Boys. Oh,
Check Your Head dropped.
Check Your Head, man. When you were saying those albums, you're saying those when Gangstar must have been then as well. Oh no, I think that's a year later. It came out when I was at college. I remember dropping downtown to go get it. Yeah, Hard to Earn. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, you are right. They did Daily Operation this year.
But I only got on Hard to Earn, actually. But yeah, man, Beastie Boys. That album's so good.
Far Side also dropped their debut album this year as well, Bizarre Ride to the Far Side.
I'm not a massive fan of that. I do love, obviously, She Keeps Passing Me By, though.
But I do think...
I love the fact that everyone's like, we've come here for fucking horror. Stop talking about hip-hop.
I do think as we roll through the 90s, you're going to see shitter horror movies, better hip-hop.
Yeah, that's true, but then you can get to the end of the 90s and the hip-hop's going to go down and the horror movies will get back up.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. There's a correlation.
Boom.
Cool. So we talked about the Chronic album dropping, and that Chronic album obviously was heavily influenced by something that was happening in the news in 1992. And that was a sad story about Rodney King getting beaten really badly by some horrible, racist, motherfucking cops. And it was caught on camera. And this was, unfortunately, this happens. And God, I probably need to be careful what I say now because it does happen, and it's very prevalent actually at the moment in the news. But this was probably one of the first cases of it being caught on camera.
Yeah.
And this sparked the LA riots in 1992.
Which was
LA
insane.
just went.
But
and do you know what? More power to LA because something needed to happen because
that's kind of why something's been escalating at the moment. We're not getting into this. We're not talking about stuff, but it gets to a point when you're protesting so many times when you're like, if people don't listen, we need to take
the next step.
It's like, yeah. Anyway, we're not getting into that, but there's an incredible documentary which is on Netflix called LA 92. And that's a really good.
Very, very good.
It's in chronological order. It goes with what's going on via people's footage, CCTV footage, because obviously it's 92. This wasn't smartphone footage, so like if anyone had a camcorder, it did happen. CCTV footage, because that was about, and news reports and police file stuff. It's all input in time, and it's a very powerful documentary.
What's incredible about that documentary, and I said this when I watched it with Alice, is that yes, it's very powerful, but also it feels so unreal, especially when you get about an hour into it. You feel like you're watching a zombie apocalypse movie when they're like filming a car that gets pulled over and the guy gets pulled out and then the car's smashed. You think, surely this, and it's real. It's just insane.
Yeah. So do check out that documentary if you want to know exactly kind of what happened.
LA 92.
Yeah, really good on Netflix.
Very good. A few other bits and bobs that happened in the news then. John Gotti, we all know John Gotti, the mafia boss, he was sentenced this year to life in prison. So we said goodbye to him off the streets. I'm sure he's did all right for quite a few years though, because he had a lot of money behind him. We had some international things happening, Gav. Mm-hmm. The very first McDonald's opened in China, in Beijing, in 1992. So McDonald's started pushing it.
Of course they did. Golden arches.
Talking to big companies like McDonald's, Disney opened up another theme park in Paris this year. Euro Disney opened.
Ah, have you been there?
I've never been. I've never been to any Disney.
I've been twice to that one, and that's it.
Is it any good?
The last time I went, it was Head on Earth.
Why?
I fucking hated it because I was there with a baby and a toddler, and it was just junk food. There's nothing else but junk food. Queuing up, junk food.
And
kids screaming and shouting. It's like
someone in a giant sort of Donald Duck costume coming up to you.
Man. Breakfast time was like you're sitting having breakfast and Donald Duck standing there going, come on, get a photo. It's like, fuck off, I'm eating my eggs and bacon. Basically it's not for me.
Well, let's keep it Disney-ish and let's move on. There was a new thing that popped up this year, a new channel. The Cartoon Network started in America this year.
Nice, man.
Which is now a big thing. But yeah, it was the Cartoon Network started it this year. They started apparently by showing loads of the Warner Brothers shorts. So, the little 3-4 minute Warner Brothers cartoons. Loads of those got shown. So that's pretty cool. We had a little bit of royal news in the UK. Charles and Diana announced that they were splitting up in 1992. He'd been having it away with Camilla.
Why? Princess,
You're married to Diana.
Princess Di is hot.
Super hot.
Yeah.
Super hot.
She was. She
Camilla, face of a horse.
Yeah. Hot or
What's he doing?
horse? Hot or horse? You know, what'd you do?
Hot or horse? Hot or horse? Moving back to America, there was a man who is a huge fan of blowjobs that became the president of the United States of America. Do you like the way I did that?
It's a good segue from the last one. Yeah.
Bill Clinton loved a good blowjob.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Moni.
Oh, Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, Moni.
He was playing his saxophone. She was playing his saxophone.
Spunk slurper.
So yeah, that happened. Also, the invention that came out this year that everyone was slapping on their arms. I'm doing the slap signs. Nicotine patches. How did you give up smoking in 1992? Don't worry. Whack one of these on your arms. A nicotine patch.
And nicotine will be pushed into your body. Brilliant.
No one hears about those anymore. They clearly didn't do anything because I don't think they lasted for more than about 5 years. It's a bit of a silly thing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, because
does it work?
I think the trouble is with smoking, it's a thing you do with your hands, isn't it? There's a ritual. You go out you go outside, and you get into that sort of habit with it. Chucking a patch on you and going, forget the rest of the habit, forget the rest of it. You're right. You got a plaster on you.
I remember being out with somebody. Well, not going out, but I was out with a group of colleagues in the 90s.
And
like the mid-90s.
They were sharing them around. Let's share some patches.
I remember somebody saying they felt really sick and a bit ill, and I said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "Oh, trouble is, I'm really trying to hit the quit smoking, and I've put 2 on my arm." And so she had 2 patches on her arm, and I said, "No wonder you feel lightheaded and a bit sick, you donut. You fucking got a double dose of nicotine into your bloodstream. It's ridiculous."
Isn't it crazy? You'd have to have, because you've got addicted to the thing the government have sold you legally for many years. You've got addicted. You need to get away from that thing they've been giving you. So you get a patch. You have to buy a patch and wean yourself off it. How ridiculous is that fucking concept?
So before we head into TV and film,
I was about to get angry there.
Just to recap, we've had blowjobs, rioting, Cartoon Networks, Disney. We've had.
Is this 2020 we're talking about?
It feels like it, doesn't it? Fucking hell. But let's move on. First of all, I'd like to talk about some TV shows that were very popular in 1992, Gav, if I may. Yeah. There's a few British ones in here as well for our British listeners. But I'll go through some of them.
Behaving badly.
Well, Law and Order was a big one. Everyone was watching that one. LA Law as well.
LA Law, that's the one. I used to watch LA Law.
One Foot in the Grave was hugely popular in the 92.
Stop you there. It may be popular in 92, but in my household, it's popular 24/7. It's not 24/7. That's a bit far. It's popular throughout the year. I've got the box set, and I will watch this series throughout the year over and over.
I knew you were going to go off on one.
Fucking love.
I knew you were
One Foot in the Grave. I love it so much with passion. I would get a tattoo with Victor Meldrew's face saying, "I don't believe it," on me.
So for anybody not from the UK or anybody who's never seen One Foot in the Grave, it's a TV show about a very grumpy old man called Victor Meldrew, where he kind of everything just goes wrong for him, and because he's so grumpy, he kind of expects it to go wrong, but B, his catchphrase at the end of it is always, Gav,
"I don't believe it."
He doesn't believe it.
I'm just going to quickly go a quick example of one episode, very, very, very quickly. Not a whole episode because so much goes on. Basically, the writer, they figured out how to do something, the worst thing possible, then they worked backwards. That's how they wrote the episodes, right? There's one bit where he's sitting in the pub and he's just like, "Oh, I'm going to go out, the TV's bust or something." Oh no, someone nicked his TV. Anyway, that's another story. He goes to the pub and he's sitting and he's, "Oh, I'll go to the pub." And this guy goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And he sits down and says, "Oh, do you remember me?" And he says who he is, says, "Oh, we went to school together." And Victor's like, "Oh, hi, how you do?" "Of course." And they reminisce for quite a long time. And then he starts saying, "Oh, do you remember that guy? What is he? Oh, that stupid idiot. Why don't they always have a pimple or something? Victor Meldrew, that one." And the sketch is, this whole guy's time, this school chum thinks he's another school chum. And he's been taking the piss out of Victor Meldrew the whole time. And it's just stuff like that. You know, it's classic shit, but maybe not for the horror crowd. I don't know.
It's fun, and there is an alien reference in one of the episodes.
There's a horror movie reference in pretty much every one.
Well, sticking with the UK for a little bit, Gav. 1992, we were also, all of us were glued to the screens on Channel 4 watching The Crystal Maze.
Yeah.
That was a really good game show. Where
Rocky Horror Picture Show's Richard O'Brien.
Yeah, Richard O'Brien, and he would lead people into this high-tech maze where you'd go off and have to collect crystals and perform tasks.
And he would play saxophone. No, saxophone. He'd play harmonica.
He didn't play saxophone. That was Bill Clinton.
That was Monica.
Talking of keeping it with the UK, people were also watching Inspector Morse, 1992.
Yeah, not my thing. You?
Not really, no.
It's the sort of thing your mum watched.
And they were watching Casualty, which is a TV show about a hospital filmed in Bristol, that one is.
Oh, was it?
Now, moving on, though, we had a couple of talk shows. We had the Oprah Winfrey Show, and the rival to this was the controversial Jerry Springer Show.
Oh, okay.
Jerry!
They kind of came over to England a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah, we kind of watched them, but we were just like, surely these can't be real. There was a show, though, that showed over here from America, which I was a big fan of, and that was Home Improvement. Did you ever watch Home Improvement?
No, isn't that with the Tim Allen?
Tim Allen, yeah.
No, I never watched it. Was he actually doing woodwork, or was it a sketch show?
His show, it was a sketch show. Well, it wasn't a sketch show. It was a sitcom where he had a show on the sitcom where he'd like teach people how to do DIY.
I if you'd have said to me it's a legit DIY show, I'd have been like, oh, okay, cool. I wouldn't have known either ways.
A couple of cartoons that were very popular this year. I already touched on the X-Men earlier, but we also had a little show called Rugrats. It was very popular in 1992.
It was that popular. I was actually called a nickname at work when I worked in a restaurant when I was about 16. I was called Chucky, which is ironic because of my hair at the time and my glasses.
Yeah, you had big curly ginger hair, didn't you?
It wasn't ginger, but I did have big curly hair. It was big and long. It was. I'd like to say to people it was like Jim Morrison's, but it was more like Gene Wilder. So you know.
And the last cartoon to mention is Ren and Stimpy, because that was just a brilliantly insane show.
That was cool.
That was really, really cool.
Ren Stimpy.
Final TV show I will mention, which again everybody was watching. It had one of the highest ratings in 1992, and that is Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Ah, okay. And Star Trek, a thing which is still going strong. Are you a Trekkie type of person?
I'm not really a Trekkie. My dad loves Star Trek. I love the original show and I love The Next Generation, but that's kind of where I stop, really.
I keep thinking I might have to watch. All I remember is like one which is quite dark, The Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, that's the best one. That's my favourite one.
I might have to watch that again. I remember watching it a couple of times as a kid, and that's the only thing of Star Trek I really remember.
I did work my way through all of the Star Trek movies a couple of years ago, and it's true what they say. Every odd numbered one is really, really good. Nor is it every even one. Whichever it is, every other one is really, really good. But I don't know. But the Star Trek movies are the Star Trek movies, but that was The Next Generation. So just to touch on what was in the charts at this point, we've already touched on hip hop, but we also had Boyz II Men, we had Madonna, U2, Genesis, Mariah Carey, Bon Jovi. Michael Jackson was still doing the rounds. My favourite band in 1992 were probably Colour Me Bad. I don't know if anybody remembers them. Colour Me Bad. They were fucking fantastic. But also Nirvana. I touched on this last episode. Nirvana really came out of nowhere with the grunge movement. So 1992 was really Nirvana's year. So when it came to metal in 92, it was all about Nirvana. Moving on to movies that aren't horror. Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Batman Returns.
Trump's in that one, isn't he?
He is. Batman Returns. He's not in that one, is he?
Where does he return from?
He returns from Corona Hell.
What?
Oh, Batman Returns. Sorry. I thought you meant where does Trump return from?
No, where does Batman return from?
He just returns into action.
What, from retirement?
Well, in 1989, so 3 years later, he did another movie. So Batman Returns. It's not hard.
I just wondered where he returned from.
I'll tell you who else returned in 1992.
Hey.
Riggs and Murtaugh, Lethal Weapon 3.
Brilliant. Is there still word of a fifth still?
I hope not, because they're a bit too old. Have you seen Danny Glover these days? He looks like he needs a Zimmer frame to keep himself up.
The thing is, though, I don't know. Trouble is, at the moment, Mel Gibson again's getting a bit of stick for things he says, but he's another person.
Would Danny Glover want to work with him because he said some terribly racist things? And
isn't that weird and almost ironic, really?
It's weird.
But I would watch. I wouldn't go to cinema, but I would watch those dudes as old people doing Lethal Weapon.
As long as they do
if
it
was done right, yeah.
We also had Whoopi Goldberg as a nun in Sister Act, came out this year. Wayne's World.
Wayne's World.
Party time. A movie that we covered. A movie that we covered this year that perhaps somebody should have covered one of her parts in the movie, but she didn't, was Basic Instinct. Honey, I Blew Up the Kid, a terrible sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, came out this year. And there's a director that debuted this year with a movie. I don't know if you know this director, Gab. His name is, it's a strange name, Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, the class of 90. This is the class of 92. This must be El Mariachi as well, then.
Well, that's not on my list, but you're probably right.
Or it's, I feel like El Mariachi is 91, but I know that it's the class of 92, and then you had a couple other people. Was it Steven Soderbergh and a couple others? I don't remember. But yes, this was like the advent of filmmaking for the independent person to go, oh my God, we can make a movie if we put cult dialogue in there, said in a cool way. And then you got all these copycats.
I didn't watch Reservoir Dogs till I think I was 16.
I did Pulp Fiction first, I think.
I was at college and I had a couple of hours break from lessons, and this guy called Nick lived very near the college, and he said, oh, do you want to come back to mine for lunch? And I said, oh, brilliant, let's do it. We went back to his and we had like pizza or whatever, and he said, I've got this movie on video that my cousin's given me called Reservoir Dogs, and I didn't know what that was going to be about. I thought it was going to be like a supernatural movie or something. I sat and watched it and I thought, I don't know why, but that feels like a very important film. I don't get it, but I don't know. But and obviously, it is. It's an incredible movie now. We should cover Tarantino at some point, Gav.
I think we were going to, weren't we? You said, I'm pretty sure you said...
we've done Hateful Eight.
Yeah, but you said you wanted to do, not Planet Terror. What did he do? The other one? Death Proof. You wanted to do, I'm sure you said Death Proof and something.
Yeah, but I'd much rather do Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction.
Look, to be honest with you, I know we're a horror podcast, but like I'm happy, like I said before, to go slightly in. I think Tarantino, you get K&B doing Tarantino effects and shit. I would say we just go from the first two movies and we just work through his canon of films. But Jackie Brown would be quite away from horror, so I don't know how much.
You're right. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, horror. Here we are. 1992 horror. What we got? My favourite zombie movie of all time came out this year, Brain Dead.
Amazing.
Also known as Dead Alive. Peter Jackson.
It's such a good movie.
Incredible, silly, funny.
Did we cover that?
We've covered it.
I don't remember what we cover.
About 6 years ago. Movie that we're covering on our next episode, spoiler alert, Candyman, came out this year as well.
Cool. And that remake has been put back because of the horrid COVID.
COVID-19. Mm-hmm. Other movies that dropped this year, Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula, with Keanu Reeves, Winona Ryder, Gary Oldman.
With Keanu Reeves' accent and the rest of the cast.
Accent is just insane in that. Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth, came out this year.
Remember.
No? Pet Sematary 2.
Pet Sematary 2, is that with Edward Furlong?
Yes.
I don't remember that. I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's terrible.
He doesn't look too good nowadays. Doesn't look too healthy.
Very, very fat.
Yeah.
Dr. Giggles came out in 1992. Now, we have covered that.
Have we? I don't even remember covering it, but I love Dr. Giggles.
And Dr. Giggles with Andy came on the show with us and did both of those episodes about 5-6 years ago. I'm having a flashback to Jamie hearing that was Bo mentioning us doing that, and Jamie saying, "Oh, that's a good double bill." What weird.
remembrance of that, so I do remember that double bill.
Dr. Giggles is fucking brilliant, and it's very funny as well. Another movie we've covered, Gav, Alien 3. Which some people
I know
do.
you mean you differ slightly.
We do, but that's fine. Army of Darkness came out this year, though.
I need to watch that movie again, man, because I don't know why. I've kind of put it out of my zeitgeist for some reason.
You're talking about Alien or Army of Darkness?
Army of Darkness.
Yeah,
I've kind of put it away and not really watched it for many, many years. I've still got a sealed DVD. I don't know why.
We should crack it out for a Bruce Campbell double bill.
I would rather watch it again for a review.
Chuck it in there with Bubba Hotep, maybe.
So you could do that, because that would be quite an interesting it's a nice Bruce Campbell mix, isn't it?
I love Bruce Campbell. He's a fun guy, man, and I really love the
Like a
Evil Dead
mushroom.
TV show. He's a fun guy. He'll grow on you. See what I did there?
It's amazing that you're not a dad, and the joke caliber is dad caliber. It's incredible.
Sticking with sequels, Amityville came out this year, straight to video. I don't know which number it is, but it was Amityville. It's About Time.
I like that one. That's the one where the time there's a clock in the living room, and
the haunted fucking clock, Gav.
I don't mind that one.
You were the only one that likes that one.
I had it on VHS,
and I love you for that. I really do.
I watched it last year, actually.
House 4.
Don't remember.
Came out this year. Prom Night 4. Came out this year.
I didn't know there's such a thing. I thought there was only Prom Night 1 and Prom Night 2. Hello, Mary Lou.
Stepfather 3 came out this year.
Okay.
The Lawnmower Man.
Okay, so we're starting to suffer a little bit with the old films, aren't we?
Hang on, I've got a classic on about
Lawnmower Man. I brought the other day. Gav's Game Corner, everybody.
It's Gav's Game Corner.
Segway. I bought virtual reality for my PlayStation.
Did you feel like the Lawnmower Man?
Sarah had a go, and then we discussed the Lawnmower Man movie for a bit. But we're like, this is a lot better than Lawnmower Man, and it's absolutely insane. I've got Resident Evil turning up this week, so I'm going to be walking around creepy old houses. You're going to have to do it.
Get hurt.
I can't wait to do it.
Well, I mean, you'll be pleased to hear that another classic dropped in 1992, which we've covered, and that's Critters 4, Gav.
Are you trying to roll me up or something?
Well, it's a fantastic movie. Other movies that dropped this year, very quickly. That's it. Other than one movie, which the movie didn't do very well, but it spawned a TV show that lasted 7 years, and a spin-off of that TV show that lasted 5 years. And I am talking about the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie, which is kind of grows on me the more I watch it. But it's no Sarah Michelle Gellar.
It's that other one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the other.
Kirsty Swanson.
What came first, the movie or the TV show?
The movie. The movie came first.
So why didn't the one who's in the movie do the TV show?
Because it didn't do very well as a movie, and then they were like, this might work better as a 45-minute slot episode. You
wouldn't see that nowadays. Oh, the movie didn't work. Let's try a TV show.
Luke Perry was in the movie as well.
That's right.
In fact,
why didn't it do well? Because of who was playing Buffy. I don't know any of this stuff, by the way. I think it was
Donald Sutherland as well, if I remember right.
Donald Trump.
Donald Sutherland was in the movie.
Donald Trump was in the movie.
No, Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland sort of turned up and said, Buffy. Like that. And that was it. So it does seem with the 1992 that we are working our way through a pot of 70%
shit.
Actually, 50% good. No, 40% good. No, 25% good. The rest of it is pure manure.
Yeah.
So we are working our way through some strange movies. I guess the take home really from 1992 is definitely Brain Dead and Candyman. And Army of Darkness, and then if you want to push it, Alien 3. That one is a real Marmite, love it or hate it film. But you've got 4 relatively solid ones, and for an outside bet, I'd say go for Dr. Giggles, because you will be really surprised with that one. It's a lot of fun, that movie. But yeah, Brain Dead, Candyman,
yeah,
and then there's just a whole ton of fucking sequels. As we know, we're getting that now as we're away from the 90s.
I'm really interested to see where it goes. a night. I know it's not going to go well, but I'm interested to see. And then all of a sudden, I'm so interested when all of a sudden,
I'm not
boom,
gonna lie,
Scream
Gav.
comes in.
I'm not going to lie, my coordinates here on the time machine are showing that it is a rough couple of years coming up for horror movies. I can tell you that now. They're beeping at me and flashing at me.
Okay.
We've got a couple of rough years to go, but then it's going to be a smooth ride after that. Okay. And you like a smooth ride, don't you?
So I've been told.
So, talking of which, rather than a hectic, pull out, as we often do, we're going to have a nice smooth pull out from 1992. Are you ready to pull out, Kev?
Gently, okay, go for it. Pull.
Oh.
I'm sending you to California, Fort Spencer.
We have 4 missing soldiers, Captain, and no bodies. We need a supportable explanation.
Captain John Boyd is about to discover
no one just ends up at Fort Spencer. We come for a reason.
Yours being? Well, something he never imagined.
We have a great sense of camaraderie here at Fort Spencer.
This Indian scout told me a curious story.
Winged eagle. It's an old Indian myth from the north.
Man eats the flesh of another. He absorbs the other man's strength.
Now, one man must choose.
We need others.
Between having dinner and being dinner.
Good gracious.
That's so annoying.
Stew a la Major Knox.
Guy Pearce.
Ives? I'm gonna kill him.
Robert Carlyle.
He was tough, but then a good soldier ought to be.
Ravenous from 1999. In a remote military outpost in the 19th century, Captain John Boyd and his regiment embark on a rescue mission, which takes a dark turn when they're ambushed by a sadistic cannibal.
Mm.
What can we say about this movie, Gav?
It's a very good film.
It's a movie that when I first got a DVD player, which was probably about this year, actually. I just got back from Hong Kong, and I'd bought a load of Jackie Chan VCDs, and I needed to play them on something, and I didn't have a computer, so I bought a DVD player. And a guy that I worked with lent me a bunch of DVDs, and the first one he lent me was this movie, and he said, check it out. I thought, what's this? Ravenous. Well, I really like Robert Carlyle, so let's check this out and see what it's like.
Yeah.
And that was the only time I've ever seen it. So again, much like Cannibal Holocaust, this is the second time I've ever seen it.
Oh. I'm slightly insulted by that.
I do apologise.
Dear oh dear, what's up with you? That's interesting, because I've had a relationship with this film to the point when I put this on such a high pedestal. This was the icing on the cake for most conversations, this movie, to the point when I feel like I made it so good that when I came to watch it for this review, it's actually come down. Even though it's still a very, very good film, I used to put it up there like, it's incredible. It's a very, very good film, though. It's an interesting movie, isn't it? It's a good story.
It is, in some ways, and I don't know if I wrote this down, but it's in some ways one of the most unique...
It feels underrated.
Looking and unique sounding, and even just the feel of it, the atmosphere. It's not been done before or will ever be done again. And I'm not saying that there's not been cannibal movies or movies set in this sort of time period, please, but it's just the way it all comes together. It's incredible, really.
I'm just now thinking it kind of reminds me of Session 9 in the acting and the drama and the tension. Do you know what I mean? It's got that kind of thing going for it. The isolation, the group of people, etc.
Yeah, it should be quite boring maybe, but something in it. I mean, it's got an incredible cast, which we'll run through in just a moment.
Yeah, I think with this film, it's a case of just going through this movie because it's really good. So many layers.
Directed by Antonia Bird.
And I, do you know what? I don't know of this person. What have they done?
She has filmed she's made mainly British television. So EastEnders, Casualty, The Bill. So she did a lot of.
So some Casualty around 92, possibly, like when we were saying in Bristol.
Yeah. Peak Practice, Inspector Morse.
So telly stuff.
Lots of British television. Spooks, Cracker. She then made it. She decided to make Ravenous.
Is that her first feature?
That's her first feature film.
Wow. And what's?
Actually, she made a couple of television movies, but this was her first big one that really.
What was the next production? I feel bad that I've never looked into the director of it. I didn't know it was a lady. Not that matters at all, but I'm saying I didn't know anything of this director in any way.
After Ravenous, she made some more episodes of Cracker, then Spooks, which came out in 2005.
What's that? A TV show?
Yeah, it's like about spies within the government.
Oh, okay. I think I remember. They made a film a couple of years ago, yeah?
Maybe. She's basically done that, and then after this, she did just a bunch more TV. She's still making TV stuff now. Last stuff she did was in 2013, but not a lot else.
Really?
So, really interesting. I love it when you get someone who hasn't really done anything. And this is a horror movie. Let's not beat around the bush. But I love it when you get somebody who comes out of nowhere and just decides, I'm going to make this movie.
Can you see, we should know what's going on here, and I kind of didn't. It's because we're a bit of a half-assed reviewers, aren't we, really? Who's the writer?
Somebody called Ted Griffin.
Okay, what else have they done?
I shall look for you now. Ted Griffin.
It's like you're my PA.
He wrote Ocean's 11. He's written. This was the first screenplay he wrote, Ravenous.
And what was his follow-up? Which was made, obviously.
Ocean's 11, Matchstick Men with Nicolas Cage.
Ocean's 11 was his follow-up?
Yeah.
Well, there's a little jump.
He's not done much else, really. He's written a handful of things. But
that's so interesting.
It's like a little bit of almost a bit of a film gods. Oh, you're going to say it is, though, isn't it? Because the film gods don't always have to be your Ghostbusters or something spectacular. It can be a little movie that sneaks in under.
How it comes together.
Yeah, exactly. It's as R.J. McCready always says on his show, it's the building blocks, and the building blocks are really important in making a movie. And this movie just had these random little Lego blocks that came together. And created this unique experience.
Very, very interestingly, we have a very pre-Gorillaz Damon Albarn doing music, obviously coming off of doing Blur. Now, he's very much like, what's he called, who's Faith No More singer? Mike Patton.
Yeah.
He's very much like Mike Patton. He can go for all these different kind of cool, quirky offshoots music projects with different people and stuff. Damon Albarn's done that, and he went on to he comes from a British Britpop, very, very, very successful Britpop band, making pretty decent songs. Then to go to do this as a soundtrack, then to go on to make Gorillaz.
Now, you've often remarked on the show and to me just generally how incredible the score is.
We played on, I think, second episode, the song we played was from this second episode.
I've got to be honest with you, the score plays such an incredible part in this film. It really adds this extra layer of almost comic, it's almost comedic. Some of the film can be very funny in places as well, and that score over the top of these weird things happening, whew, it's great.
It's a shame we're sort of keeping away copyright stuff now. We can't sort of play the soundtrack underneath us. We probably could get away with it. They might not pick us up because we're talking, but we're not. But yes, do go on YouTube and check out the soundtrack. You can play it alone without watching the movie very, very easily, because it's a musician. I'm not saying a composer or something's not a musician, but I'm saying Damon Albarn's coming from a structured form, more pop structured form. That's what he's come from.
He's been very experimental in this.
Absolutely, I reckon the way he scored it, possibly as a composer, was probably maybe watched the scene a few times, but then took it away and said, "We're going to make this music." Then they put it to it. That's what I reckon how it worked.
Well, let's run through the cast in this movie, and then we'll get into the meat of the story, Gav, as they say. We've got Guy Pearce in this. Great, fantastic actor.
Neighbours.
Neighbours. That was Neighbours, yeah. But I love him in Memento. That's an amazing movie. And I love him in a lot of stuff he's in, to be honest.
I was chatting to Mark Little the other day on Twitter. Old Joe Mangle from Neighbours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how's he doing?
All right. Well, it wasn't really like that sort of conversation. It's just.
Do you remember when he sent us an email to wish us a happy Christmas to us and our families?
Yeah, I think.
When we were getting him involved with that script we were working on, and he was really on board for coming in and coming over and acting. And he said, "I hope you guys have a great Christmas to you and your families."
He lives in Brighton. He's lived there for many years.
What a lovely guy, Mark Little from Neighbours.
Yes, he's quite an activist of the political type.
So Guy Pearce is in this movie. We've also got. Now, we covered this a couple of episodes ago. Robert Carlyle. He was in 28 Weeks Later. Robert Carlyle, what an actor. And you kind of don't think he's... I sometimes think he's a bit
exaggerated?
What's the word am I looking for?
Overhyped.
Yeah. But in this movie, my God, he is...
I don't think I've ever thought of him as overhyped in any way whatsoever. I think
sometimes I feel like he is. I don't know why.
He's done a really good job of just being a Scottish dude and not putting on too many accents and stuff and being him.
Yeah, I suppose Ewan McGregor's done the kind of... He's the Scottish guy that everyone thinks of who does Star Wars and everything else. Whereas Robert Carlyle, he takes these really low-key movies.
I feel like Ewan McGregor is he's like, as much as anyone a Hollywood child, I feel Robert... Carlyle is the sort of person that could dip his toes in quite easily and just step back out and be happy with his roots. Do you know what I'm saying?
We've got another horror person in this movie from the Scream franchise, haven't we?
An Arquette.
David Arquette.
And I was watching, obviously, in that movie last night with The Rock, old Sidney Prescott was in it.
Ah, Sidney.
Neve Campbell.
Hello, Sidney.
Looking quite good still.
David Arquette plays a real fucking stoner in this movie, which I can't wait to chat about his character.
Yeah, I think he has slight mental problems as well, though. But yes,
we've also got Jeffrey Jones is in this movie, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jeffrey Jones,
Ferris Bueller's teacher, who chases Ferris Bueller.
Teacher. He was also the dad in Beetlejuice. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately.
He has had a history of some goings on.
Let's just say he handed his computer in to get a virus check, and they found some very unsavoury things on his computer.
That's all you need to say, really. But I'm going to say, though, the year that they found this stuff and the following year, the only acting work he'd done was voiceover for children's cartoons.
Oh, my God.
How fucked is Hollywood?
It's fucked.
Absolutely. They literally penetrated fucked is Hollywood. It's just corruptly fucked. Hopefully things are changing. Continue, Dan, continue.
So, fantastic cast, if you're finished, Gav. So should we get into the story?
Yeah, do it.
So we start off with finding out that Guy Pearce is a massive wimp.
It's interesting because he has a journey through this. He is the protagonist who is the wimp who's going to turn into a bit of a hero towards the end. He sort of, he turns into a bit of a hunter.
/ cannibal.
There is that. I do think that obviously all our film reviews are spoilered with us telling what's going on, but I think we probably might have to get into that a little earlier to discuss, because I want to talk about the Wendigo and the whole strength thing from fairly early on. So
it's really interesting.
I think we're going to spoil it early, if that's okay.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
of course. So Guy Pearce gets his medal. He gets a medal for... I can't remember exactly what the line is or the quote is now, but he gets a medal, basically.
It's for bravery, isn't it?
It's for some kind of bravery. And he sits down for a dinner, and the dinner is very bloody steaks and meat, and he just can't quite eat it. And he starts getting flashbacks.
I think we should set this a bit more. It's at a fort somewhere in, I think it's Nevada or somewhere, and somewhere like that. And it's a massive table inside a tent. There's a load of horses going around outside. It's all quite hectic, and they're all eating food and stuff. And Guy Pearce, what's his name?
His character's name in this is Captain John Boyd.
Oh yeah, because they say Boyd all the time, so it's John. Okay, John Boyd. I'm just gonna say Guy Pearce. He is basically just, what is he doing? He's there just as like the guest of honour almost, because they're sort of saying you were a hero, well done. Because why it comes out in a little bit, but we can make sure I say it now. He pretended to. He's a coward.
Yeah.
He pretended to. He just, in a massive battle, he just went and lied down.
He basically played dead and hid in amongst all the dead bodies of his soldiers.
And drank their blood to keep alive.
Yeah, their blood dripped in his mouth, and he basically just, like I said, a massive. But then again, I say he's a coward. What would I do in that situation?
No. But he does.
I hide in the
but
bodies?
later on, he does more cowardly stuff when he jumps off the cliff.
Very true. He has we get a lot of flashbacks of him, and we see these bits of him sort of in this war that he was in that's got him this medal, and he knows he doesn't deserve this medal, but they give him the medal. However, he gets kind of booted out of camp because the guy that gave him the medal realizes, oh, you haven't really got the stomach for this, have you? I think you need to just get yourself gone. So they kind of demote him.
I found that really strange because he felt a bit ill eating a raw steak that they think, nah. But they do say when they're demoting, what did you say? Demoted.
Devoted, Gav. I'm devoted to you.
I know you are. You throw me. Yeah.
I'll toss you. What?
What?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Completely thrown me.
You find it very strange that he's been demoted?
Yeah, for not eating a steak. Like what? It's a bit weird, isn't it? This regiment is so strict. Oh my god.
So he basically has the whole Martin Riggs. He hasn't done his job very well. He's been demoted. He's been taken down to being just a traffic cop almost. So he gets sent off to this shitty. It's like Hot Fuzz. He gets sent off to this shitty little fort to be a soldier, just like in Hot Fuzz when he gets sent off to this little village to go off and do your little village shit up in your little village. And that's what he's got to do. He's got to go and be a soldier in this little fort village, which is out in the middle of nowhere. It's very snowy. No one ever visits there. They only get a couple of visitors a year. And it's just ticking over. All they do really is people that are passing through stop off for a couple of nights here and there. And that's literally what happens.
Like you say, like the Hot Fuzz thing, the scenario of like in a busy city to like just go there and get out. It's basically get out of the way, but obviously we can't fire you. Let's just place you over here. It's like in Office Space when they put the dude who wants his stapler further and further away, you know.
Yep, and that's all they do. Well, he arrives at the fort and he's welcomed by Jeffrey Jones. Don't look at his hard drive. Jeffrey Jones, and he says, "Oh, welcome. You know, it's great. This is a one-stop post for travellers. No one really visits. Don't worry, nothing goes on here. But we've got some food. We've got a couple of people here." He starts mentioning all the random people that work there. We've got like a crazy soldier, Neil McDonough, who plays a crazy soldier there, who strips himself down in the river, and he's like, "Roar!" And we got a few other people that work there. David Arquette's there, and he says, "Oh, this is David Arquette." He doesn't say that, obviously, and he's a massive stoner. Although you say you think he's a little bit mentally unwell, I just think he's a massive stoner in this movie.
He's mentally unwell, but when they like very soon after this, they send him with is it the Native American lady? Is it the lady or the man? Since he goes off with someone else, and they sort of say to him, "Now don't let him smoke have any peyote, smoke any of that wild weed or any of those women."
They say to him, "Oh, good news is you're number 3 in command now. You're here."
Yeah.
And so out of these degenerates, he's only 3rd in command. Brilliant.
Yeah. And I think he's got a few screws loose, but like he likes to indulge in the local.
We get a lot more of the backstory here, really revealing that he played dead and he hid under the bodies and drank the blood and was just a bit of a coward overall, really.
And he carries that on his shoulders, though.
He does. He's very damaged soldier.
Brilliant actor as well. I'm glad he catapulted out into films because like Memento is a brilliant movie as well.
And don't forget he was in Prometheus as well and Alien Covenant. We've covered those two.
It's the old guy though. It's not really getting the full extent though, is it? LA Confidential. That's a really good film.
That is an insanely good movie starring him and Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
How good is that movie?
And Kevin Spacey.
I don't know that. It's...
Yeah, it's good though. It's a really good movie. I watched it.
Kim Basinger, Kim Basinger was in it. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
So we've established where he is and what's going on, and one night we get a strange figure appear outside of the window.
But like I said, you've got to remember David Arquette and someone else have left. They're not there because that makes a point later on. Okay.
That's right. They buggered off.
Yeah. Yes, a figure turns up. It's 13 minutes into the movie, so we're just shooting along very, very quickly with this.
And this figure at the window is very ill, very gaunt. Looks very unwell, and it's Robert Carlyle. Hello, Mr. Robert Carlyle of Trainspotting fame. How are you? What the fuck are you doing outside of the window? So they all run outside and they find him. And they find him lying on the ground. He's very, very ill. And they take him inside, and all the guys sort of rub his arms and legs and try and get him warm, don't they? And, get him warm, get him warm, get him warm. He's fine. And he wakes up the next day, and he's alive, but he's not very well. And he says, I've been out there for 3 months. And they say, what about food?
He said there's no food, but I didn't say there was nothing to eat.
Ooh.
And
that alone. I promised your Sarah I would be gushing over this movie a lot. That alone, that piece of writing there. Just love that. I just love that little line there. Yeah, I didn't eat, but I didn't say there wasn't anything to eat.
He then goes on to tell his story. Dan, what's his story?
So he tells his story was that he there were several travellers in his group, and they all got stuck out in the wilderness in the cold, and they found some shelter in a cave, and there's some snowstorms that hit them, and they had nothing to eat while they were trapped in this cave, blocked in by the snowstorms.
This very quickly is essentially the Donner Pass incident of the 1800s, the late 1800s.
It's roughly based on that.
Yeah,
and if you haven't read about that, you should read that.
It's quite an unfortunate story of 5 or 6 family groups travelling and just sort of taking the wrong paths, and ended up actually having to getting snowed in like this and realising the winter wasn't going to go away, and actually ended up eating each other. Crazy story.
Because when you're in places like this, I've been to Canada and I've been to some very snowy parts of Canada. Nature is fucking unforgiving, and these guys are stuck in this cave, this group of travellers that Robert Carlyle is telling you about, and there was nothing they could do. They had no food. So first of all, they ate their ox. Then they ate their horses. Then they ate their belts. Then they ate their shoes. And then they ate their friend's legs, because their friend died and they ate his legs. And that gave them a bit of a taste for flesh.
So he says that he's out one day and he comes back and, they're eating each other. Then the next person's been eaten. Then they started killing each other, didn't they?
Now, this monologue from Robert Carlyle is almost done, if I remember rightly, almost done in one long take. And he put such an amazing intensity underneath all of this. This is, again, why I realised, okay, he's not an overrated actor. He's fucking awesome. There's such a great monologue from him. Sorry, I can't harp on about that enough.
But this is so interesting. I'm guessing the director was so used to the speed of working with TV. You know, it's boom, 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 get the job done. It's not like film so much. It's coming to do the film, like the experience she must have had with actors getting performances and stuff at a speed and like what the best out of them. She must have done so many TV shows. You work with so many different actors. You know, each episode you have different actors.
Let's not forget, Robert Carlyle is a British actor. He's Scottish British actor. So he would have done some TV, and he knows how it works. Guy Pearce is from
Neighbours,
which is
TV
a TV
actor.
show. So you've got a couple of people in this that are used to kind of maybe a different pace or a different style.
A faster pace. But this, then all of a sudden, it's a case of like, oh no, you've got rehearsal time, you've got prep time.
You really feel like there was a lot of rehearsal with this movie, don't you?
It's a real drama-driven.
You can see why these guys took it. A script landed on their desk. You can see why they took it. It's a chance for them to really act.
It's really good casting as well.
It's great.
You get totally absorbed in this world.
So Robert Carlyle finishes his story by saying, look, there might be one girl left up there alive. I'm not 100% sure, but I managed to escape because they all just started turning on each other and eating each other, as you say, Gav. So Jeffrey Jones says, well, look, it's our duty as soldiers to go up there and rescue this lone woman. We must go up there. We have to go.
So this is where we're going into spoiler territory, ladies and gentlemen. Does Robert Carlyle, with his plan, know that they're going to have to do that?
Yes.
Because he then obviously plays it up going, oh no, don't go up there. We can't go up there.
So he decides, he says, well, he says he'll go along with them. Now we get a little cutaway here, Gav, and this is the bit you were talking about, where the Indian person or the Native American talks about the Wendigo. The Wendigo in this, there are versions of the Wendigo. In this movie, the Wendigo that they talk about is a creature that eats the flesh of another person and gains their soul and their strength and their spirit and their power by eating their flesh. So they talk about that. So that's something that they start talking about, to bear that in mind. Cannibalism, eating flesh, feeling stronger, feeling more power when you eat that person's flesh. Very interesting. So we get 6 people heading out to find this woman that Robert Carlyle thinks might be alive somewhere up in this cave. Yeah. He heads out with them, doesn't he? He's got a nice little hat on.
Well, this is a little tip into the Wendigo mythos going on here. Mythos going on here, because he was next to death. He was freezing cold. They saw this. They knew this. Then all of a sudden, he's putting a jacket on, saying, "No, I'm going to come with you guys." Excuse me.
Also, he's lasted 3 months out in that weather.
Yeah, and so this is where it comes in with the strength. And this happens again later on. He gets shot, and all of a sudden, he's fine.
I will jump ahead to that, actually, of him getting shot later on. What I will say is, times this feels like a vampire movie at times, because of obviously the cannibalism and the bloodletting and the biting and the nibbling, but also because he's almost invincible, because every time he feeds, he becomes more powerful or more invincible.
Indeed.
So there's definitely some vampire elements. And again, on a very big tangent, this feeds into something we've discussed, Gav, where every culture has a different version of the vampire or whatever it is. And maybe the Wendigo is a version of a vampire where it feeds on you, it eats you or sucks your blood or whatever vampires do, and it becomes more powerful and more immortal. It's very interesting. And I love the way that this Wendigo, and I'd forgotten this, because don't forget, this is the second time I'd ever seen this movie since probably early 2000s. This movie really subtly threads the Wendigo legend all the way through, and you're like, I fucking love this movie, Gav, is what I'm saying.
I'm glad. It is a very good movie, and I hope you're going to watch it again, not like another 20 years, a bit sooner.
No, I'll watch it sooner than that.
Okay.
So we get some montages of them heading out in the mountains, and they're heading off to find this cave. Guy asks Robert Carlyle, he says to him, he's really interested, because don't forget, we've already spoiled this, but he's already sipped human blood, Guy Pearce. And Guy Pearce says to Robert Carlyle, tell me how you felt. Do you feel different or a stranger after eating human flesh?
How did he know that Guy Pearce had eaten human flesh?
No. Guy asks Robert that.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And Robert Carlyle's like, yeah, I guess you could say I felt different after that. Maybe more powerful, maybe, I don't know, it's hard to explain. So there's this little almost like they can smell it on each other.
It's a little play, isn't it?
Again, it's like
Robert
vampires.
Carlyle's just using this just to see which way he needs to get. It's kind of getting a test point. How do I gauge this?
Now, what about this scene, Gav, where they all go to sleep? Oh, we better set up camp here tonight. Let's all head off to sleep.
Before this, the dude's fallen down. One of their party falls and hurts his leg. When we get like Action Man, I want to call him, blonde blue eyes.
Yeah, that's Neil McDonough. Yeah,
he's such an action man. I remember him from Desperate Housewives. Anyway, he jumps into action, and one of the guys, the younger curly-haired, crazy kind of looking dude, he's hurt his leg. Then they camp up.
He's got a bit of a nasty wound on his leg, hasn't he?
And what happens at night time?
Well, they all wake up in the night because the guy with the wound starts sort of going, "Oh, what's going on?"
He's freaking out, but isn't he?
What's going on? And Robert Carlyle's got blood all in his mouth.
And Robert Carlyle's just going in the corner.
He flip-flops between lovely gentleman with a cap on and slightly psychotic guy with blood in his mouth so well.
Well, when he's at the cave and they go inside and he's outside and he's starting to freak out, going back and forwards with his hands.
Oh, that is so creepy. He would play like a witch or something really well, wouldn't he?
A warlock, a male witch, isn't it?
So
that's sexist, isn't it? Can't have. We should be able to have male witches. Is it just a male witch?
No, you can have a male witch.
Oh, cool. I was thinking it have to be a warlock. Can't be cool.
So,
could a female be a warlock then?
I don't know. Maybe
should be able to. Otherwise, that's sexist.
What about a wizard? What's a wizard?
Well, that could be male or female, I guess. Yeah, because Harry Potter, then there's that Hermione one. She was a wizard.
Hermione, you mean?
I don't know.
You called her Armani then?
Harry Potterhead. I don't know what they're called.
Fucking hell. Look, let's get back to Ravenous.
Right, go on then.
So Robert Carlyle's got blood in his mouth, middle of the night. What happened? He was licking me. And Robert Carlyle has been licking the open bloody wound of the guy that fell down the rocks.
An army man runs straight in with a gun up to his chest, and which is kind of good here because we all of a sudden, as the audience, are suspects of Robert Carlyle, and we know he's bad, but that's okay because we've got this band of dudes.
But Robert Carlyle flips it on us, and he says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was having a nightmare. Please restrain me. And straight away, he holds himself up and he allows them to restrain him with ropes and cuffs.
He's like Dracula.
He's playing them, guys.
He's like Dracula and the vampire. The way
I told you he's a vampire.
He's playing them.
It's so clever. It's so good. There's so many layers to this film.
Yeah. And he's trying to he's like a cult leader as well, though, isn't he? Because he's trying to get a cult together towards the end. He's trying to make a clan.
So much of Charles Manson in this movie.
It's like Charles Manson if he was Dracula. Oh my god!
You know later on when he puts the upside down crucifix on his forehead out of blood.
Yeah.
Total Charles Manson.
Do you reckon Charlie Manson could have played Dracula?
I'd love to see that.
Hey man,
that dance. You know that dance. Who would win in a dance battle? A three-way dance
Glover,
battle?
Charlie Manson,
Charlie Manson, and Ed Harris in Creepshow.
Dude,
I think Charles Manson's going to beat them both and then eat them both.
I want to be at that discotheque, watch in the circle.
I don't want to be anywhere near Charles Manson during that.
I want to be in Charlie Manson disco dancing in the circle.
In fact, I don't want to be anywhere near Crispin Glover.
Him and Crispin Glover would be such sore losers.
Ed Harris is my man in that
Ed Harris would win, and he would just look at them, go up to them, pinpoint them, and just laugh at them and dance away.
Well, his sister's dancing next to him, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love a good dance tangent.
You don't have enough in the world.
So, going back to this movie that we're discussing, restrain me. So they do restrain him, and they find this cave that he was discussing. Guy Pearce and Neil McDonough go into the cave. And they go in and they find there's a lot more to the cave than meets the eye. There is quite a lot to go through. They find some clothes and some skeletons, but then they find...
Yeah, but it's a really small hole to get in the cave. Then they find this other small hole to go into it, and it's super descent like tightness, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of like a video game where you discover something
One
in a
level,
video, like
get down to
a
the next
cave.
level.
Exactly, yeah. You find like a cave or something, and then you see a ladder in the corner, and you go
platform
down
game.
the ladder.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So they go down this cave, and while that's kind of going on outside, Robert Carlyle, this is the bit you discussed, Gav. Robert Carlyle starts acting really trippy, and he starts acting like Lisa Lamb from that footage that we saw.
Nice call, dude.
He does that thing with his hands where his fingers are twisting, and he's sort of smiling, but
it's
snarling.
Almost insanity, isn't it?
Yeah, and you don't know what he's doing. Now, I'm guessing this is kind of like some kind of a bloodlust. It's really hard to tell really what's going on, but it's scary, and the other guys that are with him are just looking at him like, what the fuck?
So, Guy Pearce, an army soldier, are inside. They realise...
Army soldier. Is that his name now, is it?
Yeah, they realise that it's a trap.
Yes, because they count the skeletons and they realise...
They look at the clothing and they see the names of the people. Yeah.
And they realise he's led them there because there isn't a spare person left over. There isn't a girl, a survivor. He ate them all.
He's the survivor.
And he's the survivor, and he led them all there so that he could fucking chow down on them all. Because he is a cannibal, baby.
So they start shouting back, "It's a trap, it's a trap." On the outside, crazy Robert Carlyle starts digging like a dog into the ground.
Yeah, what does he find in there? A knife or something, isn't it?
He pulls out a knife and goes and stabs the first fella. No, he goes over to the other guy, stabs the first fella, and then gets the gun. The Native American from up above, who the whole time was just like, he's Wendigo. He's been saying this the whole time, and he's had his eyes on this dude. He goes up above because he's quite clever.
He's been saying all the way through.
But he's not cleverer than a bullet, unfortunately, and he misses with the pickaxe in the back when he swings it.
Did you just try and quote Robocop then?
Did I?
I bet you think you're pretty smart, huh? Think you can outsmart a bullet?
I didn't know that, but maybe I was in the channel in my Robocop, my inner Robocop. You've just thrown me completely off now. The Native American fellow goes upstairs. He doesn't go upstairs. He just goes up onto a high level. He knows what's going on. He wants a bird's eye view so he can actually, get this dude. Unfortunately, he throws it down, and the other guy Guy Pearce, Robert Carlyle goes over to, gets the axe in the back. He gets his gun, shoots the Native American down. So that's two of them dead. So you've got two more in the cave, two are dead, and you've just got the main general.
Robert Carlyle is really funny in this scene.
It's a general, isn't it? Is he a general? What is he?
Yeah. He's like some general or colonel or captain.
He's not a colonel.
Robert Carlyle is really funny in this scene.
Yeah.
Because he says, I can't remember what he says now, but the kid starts running. He just sort of almost looks at the camera and says, I guess I better start running then, or something like that. It's just this really funny, almost like Robert Carlyle's having a lot of fun with the role, which I think is why the movie's so good, because they're all really enjoying these roles that they're playing. It's pretty scary.
The first person he runs over to stab is the general. It's not a general. He's not a colonel. He's not a general. He's a captain. He's probably a captain.
Jeffrey Jones.
Yes.
Yeah.
It stabs him, which is funny because he comes back into play later on.
He does. He pops back up. So Robert Carlyle chases off after the young chap, and Neil and Guy give chase to Robert Carlyle.
That's right.
Guy Pearce shoots Robert Carlyle, who doesn't seem to die.
Yeah, he shoots a gun at him, and before we do this, though, as they're running along, the old army soldier fella, he's shooting away, and as he shoots, all of a sudden he's not there, he's kind of vanishes, and he starts to have this mystery, this air of mystery about him, which is going back to this magic of the Wendigo again.
The music at this point is just insane. It's like really weird. It's hard to explain, but it fits so well because it's a very strange,
it's very rustic.
Odd scene.
It's a very
it's
eclectic,
like
rustic music.
Kettles and shit.
Yeah. It's kind of almost comical, but then all of a sudden it does change when it becomes more of Guy Pearce one-on-one with Robert Carlyle. And this is where, because army soldier fella gets shot, doesn't he? Falls off the side of the cliff.
But I never noticed before that the Revenant kind of copies this a little bit, but without the horse, because Guy Pearce just runs at the cliff, and Robert Carlyle's like, "Where are you going to go?" And Guy Clit, I just said. Guy Clit. Fucking hell. Guy Pearce just flies off the cliff and lands in the bunch of trees.
Pierce to Clit?
I think it was Ritchie.
Pierce Clit.
And then Guy Ritchie, Guy Clitchy, Guy Clit. I think that's where I went.
Don't think you can explain your mind on this one.
Oh, don't listen to it. Don't listen to my mind. So Guy Pearce dives off this cliff to get away from Robert Carlyle.
No. Before he gets to that whole one-on-one thing, they're about to fight each other. Guy Pearce just looks at him and he goes, "Instead of fighting this guy, I'd rather turn around and jump off a cliff." He turns around and jumps. It's proper run. Cowardly run from.
Well, they always say that it's fight or flight, and he fucking flights in that one.
But he doesn't. He turns into John Rambo in First Blood and falls down a tree.
He jumps off the cliff. He lands on a load of trees. It's really funny, actually. This scene. I don't know why I was finding this scene really hilarious, and I don't know if it was intended to be as funny as it was, but the score and everything just. That doesn't take anything away from it. That adds to it for me, because I felt uncomfortable with how comical some of this next bit was. He lands on army soldier's body, as you call him, who is just about still alive, actually. And Guy Pearce realises he's got a great big piece of bone shoved out of his leg. Now, he's broken his leg quite badly. He's got a big old shard of bone coming out of his leg, hasn't he? Robert Carlyle is made his way down the cliff at this point, and he's sort of he's sniffing out. He can smell the blood almost. He sort of sniffs them out, but he just walks past them. He just misses them. So a few hours go by, and Guy Pearce, in a very uncomfortable way, resets his own leg. Ow! So that's quite painful looking. And he hides and rests in the cave for a little bit.
He rests there, and at times he looks to. I call him Soldier Man or whatever because he just reminds me of a little soldier. You know, the ones with the clip thing at the back of your head and you move the eyes.
Yeah, Action Man.
Action Man.
Action Man, the greatest hero of them all.
Let's call him Action Man, please. That's what I've been meaning. Right. He keeps looking at Action Man saying, "Can you tell me what I've got to do? I don't know what to do. Can you just tell me, please, what to do?" And goes into like this.
He's hallucinating, isn't he? Basically.
Yeah, and then he gives in and decides to eat.
Yeah, because Action Man's eyes, he looks like it points that he's alive.
He has these really strikingly shiny big eyes, and like when the moon's coming down on it, they're shining on it. It's just like, it's kind of creepy. It's like, can you just shut his eyelids?
Because his eyes are so fucked at one point. But yeah, you're right, Gavin. The last thing we see is Guy Pearce pull his knife out.
Yeah.
Just start very carefully slicing a little bit off of his leg. So he's eating Soldier Boy. So he's reverted back to something he's done before.
Wendigo.
Because
we now see him emerge, be reborn, as such.
So he finds So Guy Pearce does find his way back to the fort. Takes him a few days. And he talks to the Native Americans about the Wendigo and that legend. And this is where things really flip around now, because he discovers that Robert Carlyle is almost a completely different character.
Well, it's a really nice suspenseful twist scene here, because he's gone back to this fort and there's a general there and stuff, and he's explaining what happened and he's trying to explain stuff, and he's in quite a lot of shock, and they're like, okay, we've brought someone else in to help this. Robert Carlyle, the door slowly opens and the twist comes. Robert Carlyle walks in there, clean cut, looking like he's been having
no beard,
looking like he's got a face like a baby's bottom, super smooth, looks super healthy, he's got a glow about him. He just looks so good, and Guy Pearce just starts freaking out. So Robert Carlyle looks and goes like, "Robert, I've just been a cheeky cunt," like Dracula again.
Yep,
that's the sort of thing Dracula would do. walks in there, looks and goes, "Oh, I'll just leave. I'll come back later." And so the Guy Pearce goes to explain to the general like that's him. And he's like, "What?" So he says to him like, the other guy says, "Okay, well, if that is the case, and if you did shoot him, because Guy Pearce says I shot him, surely the wound would be there." So very slowly they call him in to undress, and very slowly and dramatically, taking each garment off and passing to the person next to him, the other person. He shows one shoulder, then slowly doesn't want to show the other shoulder. So we're all like, "Oh God, it's because it's got a bullet wound." Shows it, no shoulder. Wendigo.
And this scene and the next few scenes actually really remind me of that same feeling you get when you watch. The only movie I can really describe it to is The Lady Vanishes, where we know that, something Hitchcocky, because we know what Guy Pearce knows. We know that Robert Carl is this person, but everybody's against him, and everybody's like, "Nah, don't worry." So what are you talking about?
We're on Guy Pearce's side, and it's so frustrating because no one's going to listen. So Guy Pearce will not take his he has his piercy little eyes on him, doesn't he?
What tricks the audience a little bit now is that Guy Pearce starts fantasizing about eating people. So he has a little bit of a hallucination about eating David Arquette at one point, and he's starting to become extremely paranoid. Carlisle says, he says, "Oh, let me talk to you about eating." He starts talking about eating men's flesh and absorbing your spirit. And he said, "I tried it in India once." And he's really sort of always saying, "I am the guy that from the beginning of the movie, don't worry. It's just that the rest of the cast think I'm somebody else." Like, he's always speaking to the fourth wall. And we're all just like, "No, Guy Pearce, you bastard, sort him out."
Well, this is what I want to say. This is where the hero Guy Pearce has his character goes on his little journey. Earlier on, he was a massive coward. When he turns up, he will not take his eyes off him because he knows he's going to do something. So he's there and he wants to protect other people. So this is where the coward has taken that side away, and he's turned into more of the hero. And then he follows him outside, and he starts to almost hunt him. Do you know what I mean? The way he follows him, he's like, "I'm going to have you, I don't care." And that wasn't the coward we had from before. So he's gone through this change. And I wonder if it's a strength from the Wendigo.
Well, the other thing about this scene as well is, and I don't know if the director did this on purpose or if Robert Carlyle or anybody did this on purpose, but Robert Carlyle really is dressed like a vampire in this scene. He's dressed like a
very
proper
tidy,
vampire.
neat. Yeah.
He reveals, when I tried it in India, when I tried to eat meat, I had terrible tuberculosis. I was on the deathbed, but I was cured within a few days, and I realised that this might be the way. So again, this is why I feel like this movie is a low-key vampire movie. I really do.
It's an interesting concept. Yeah.
But yeah, he definitely, the way he's dressed, like you say, Gav, he's very smart, very sharp. Looks like a vampire in this one as well.
He does look good.
He tempts Guy Ritchie, doesn't he? He says, "Come on, cut me."
He says, "Why resist? You've tasted the power."
Oh, this is it. It's a vampire. Cut me. Taste me. This is it, man.
Yeah, that's it. Dracula was basically a pusher.
Yeah. A cannibal pusher.
Cannibal Pusher. That's the movie I want to see.
Oh, Cannibal Pusher, baby.
With Jean-Claude Van Damme and Danny DeVito.
What's Danny DeVito going to be? The pimp?
I think he's going to be the main character.
What's Van Damme?
Just hanging out.
I'm Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's bodyguard.
I'm the bodyguard of Danny DeVito.
Yeah, as the pusher, Dracula.
Hey,
pusher.
Listen.
Vampire pusher.
Danny DeVito here. This is my bodyguard. I'm Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah, I'm a cannibal pusher. Okay? And that's the movie. That's the trailer.
That's the movie. Right there. That's the whole movie.
Brilliant. So yeah, he tempts him into cutting him. He says, "You've tasted the power. Why fight it?" They have a bit of a tussle. Some people come out and stop them.
And because they think Guy Pearce is the bad guy here. And it's like, no, he's not the bad guy.
It's so Hitchcock, this point, because it's like, for fuck's sake.
Frustrating,
it makes you quite stressed out, doesn't it? Because you know goodie, the baddie that is the goodie.
So interesting. This director's gone and made this their first film. So because TV was only what was it, half hour or hour episodes or whatever. It was so short. Having this bit more time to do this stuff with, so good.
Exactly. She's had a lot of practice.
I don't think just practice. I think just the fact that she can put these elements into it, all this stuff. There's so many layers to this film. It's very good.
The Native American woman finds all the horses dead and cut up, and she also finds David Arquette dead.
Yep.
And they all instantly blame Guy Ritchie. They don't blame him. They blame Guy Clit for this. Guy Pearce for this. Now, this is the weird moment where Jeffrey Jones just shows back up.
No, not yet. Before this, the Native American lady there, she is sent. They say somebody needs to go and get Guy Pearce into a proper prison. This is not adequate. Somebody needs to be a volunteer to walk all the way over there to get the colonel to come back here to escort Guy Pearce to a proper prison. She goes, I'll put my hand up, I'll go. And she leaves. So she's there because she comes back later. So we need to establish that she has left the location.
But then Jeffrey Jones turns back up.
Indeed, that's where they can't figure out who's been doing the killing and stuff. And then all of a sudden he's there, and it's just a bit like I'd forgotten as well. I was like, what's he doing back here?
I thought to myself, I love it, but I got to be honest with you, I'm a sucker when someone gets killed off in the first or second act, and they turn back up in the last 5 minutes. And you're like, well, of course they're not dead. We never saw them officially die. You kind of get it. You kind of go with it, don't you?
Yeah, like Bruce Willis in I See Dead People, that movie. What's it called? Sixth Sense.
He's not dead in that, is he?
No.
Oh, good. So Jeffrey Jones turns back up.
He's dead tired.
He's dead.
And nowadays, Bruce Willis is just dead grumpy.
Take care of my friend. He's dead tired.
He's dead tired. Don't wake him up. Come on.
Welcome to the party, Richter.
Welcome to the party, Richter.
How do we get to... Jeffrey Jones turns back up, and it seems like they are part of this weird
It's like
cult.
He's recruiting a Hills Have Eyes family of cannibals.
It is. They're like I don't want to be derogatory and say they're like sort of those guys that knock on your door and tell you to join Jesus, but they're kind of like those guys. You feel like there's something there. They all know something that we don't. Can they heal? Are they healing? Is that why they're so... I don't know. They seem like Jeffrey Jones was definitely very badly injured earlier on in the movie, and he seems fine now, absolutely fine.
But what's interesting, they sit at a table to have some food, and what's interesting, just before they do this, they stab Guy Pearce, but not in a fatal way, but he will bleed out if he doesn't eat and get strength. And they put a bowl of food, of human food, in front of him and give him the choice.
Like time, don't they? It's like flipping a... It's like flicking an egg timer.
It's like a pusher thing again. It's like getting someone on smack and then put them in a room and saying, go on, you can sit there without it. Okay,
so
but there's some smack if you want it.
A vampire would do this. A vampire would say, okay, you're dying now. I can see that you're dying now. Now you've got a choice, you know.
Yeah.
Within about 6 hours, you'll bleed out. Alternatively, you can suck my blood and I'll suck your blood and you become a vampire and then we're all happy and you won't die. And it's that kind of thing. It's just...
And he gives in and he eats. Robert Carlyle says, bravo, as they eat their chow.
I love that he's still got his Scottish accent throughout this movie as well, by the way.
He says, it's from Scotland. Early on he says we had different people in the party who were travelling. It was someone from Finland, someone from somewhere else, and I'm from Scotland originally.
I love that. And Robert Carlyle never acts any better than when he's got his Scottish accent.
Sometimes I've always wondered why you'd have sometimes English actors or Scottish actors and Irish actors in American flicks and be putting on American accents. You'd be like, but that character could have been Irish.
Yeah.
Why not?
I agree.
You know.
I agree. There are times where it's justified that they have to have a particular accent, but other times if someone's good enough to play a role, just let them do it with their own accent. Do you know what I mean?
You see Ewan McGregor in the season 3 Fargo TV show.
He's very, very good in that.
He plays two different people.
I also really like
he plays twin brothers, doesn't he?
Colin Farrell. who is incredible with accents. His accents are just ridiculous.
You see that Guy Ritchie movie yet?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I did watch Rock and Roller the other night for the first time, second time ever actually, and
same as.
Yeah, actually.
Watch his new one. It's very, very good.
But talking of accents, also another person that I think is incredible with accents is Sharto Copley, who was in District 9, etc. So it's great when you get these guys, but also, like you say, Gav, I appreciate sometimes just hearing an accent.
I think it can give more of a dimension to the character.
You know, I talked to RJ about this when we reviewed Police Story. We were saying that, this is going a bit of a tangent now, but Jackie Chan is never more comfortable with them when he's in a Chinese movie. If he's having to speak English, you know, if you're having to put an accent on and whatever you're doing, if you're not being yourself or talking with your own voice, you know, you're not going to put that across. And that's probably why these guys are coming across so well. Like Robert Carlyle in this movie is doing so well, because he's just being Robert Carlyle with his gruff Scottish accent. That's all we need.
So Robert Carlyle is up in a high point with his little telescope looking out, and he can see smoke coming, and it's a lady who's gone to pick up the general and come back with them to escort Guy Pearce to another prison. So he's like, brilliant. It's going to be, there's a starter, there's a main course, and then there's dessert. Or no, some for later, or something he says.
Leftovers.
Because there's 3 people turning up, and it's just crazy that they're waiting for these people to turn up to eat them. While this is happening, though, which I found it funny that Robert Carlyle would trust the dude. What's he called? Jim?
Jeffrey Jones?
Jeffrey Jones. I'm surprised he trusted him to look after and not be persuaded into doing something, which he does. And he's actually sort of, Guy Pearce sort of says to him about it, and he just sort of says to him, like, here, take a knife, kill me. How does he get him to kill him? What's he say to him?
He says, I just can't do this anymore. He's only been a vampire or a cannibal, whatever he is, for a few days, and he says, like, I just can't do this anymore. Can you please kill me? I'm eating human beings. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what are we doing? He's on that, just on the good side of the spectrum.
Yeah, and he's saying, please free me. So
he literally says, free me, basically.
You've got to like give him that, and it's a bit like, Guy Pearce, no hesitation. And
great scene.
What's interesting though, because he slits that and the blood pours to the window. Robert Carlyle walks up and you see Robert Carlyle's face through the red gel.
This is what I'm about to say. This imagery, I've never seen anything like this before, right? So you see the window as the viewer. We're looking at this window, and you see Robert Carlyle outside looking in. So firstly, Guy Ritchie's doing this murder in front of Robert Carlyle because he can see it through the window. And secondly, the way it looks on camera, the blood sprays onto the window, and it's almost like that, like a custard pie in the face of Robert Carlyle. It's like, have some of that. Fucking, you're watching it, and the blood sprays on the window, and he just looks in through the window like, and he's killed my recruit.
Yeah, but this is a shame of this though, because his character's ego could have been so insulted, and it's a shame it wasn't, because that'd have been another little thing to do it. What could have been better is he doesn't know that Jeffrey Jones asked to be killed. He's just seeing Robert Carlyle killing him through the window. He's missed out on that part, and that's a shame, because that would have killed his ego and made him a lesser of a big person. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
I thought that's a shame that they didn't do that, because I thought that would have crushed that character. So he just goes in there, balls blazing, like, let's go for it. I don't know why their balls are blazing.
Fucking hell.
Testicles are... They go in there, both of them set fire to each other's testicles and have a little ruckus.
Balls blazing, is that not a saying? It feels like it should be a saying.
Balls blazing, I don't know, but...
Guns blazing is what we're thinking of.
I'm going to go with balls.
Balls are blazing right now.
So they go in there, balls are blazing, go at it at each other.
We get this final showdown, which is a one-on-one fight scene between Guy Clitt
with his big sword. That's not a euphemism.
Sword.
Yeah, he's got a big sword.
And Robert Carlyle, and they go to town on each other. Robert Carlyle's got this red-blooded cross on his forehead, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
Very, very Charles Manson, and they just go in on each other. There's lots of stabbing. It goes on for so long. How does it end up? Oh, they end up in the barn, don't they?
No. Well, Guy Pearce does get away. doesn't he? Is this at this point he gets to make, because he sets the trap, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So that he somehow gets away from Robert Carlyle, and he sets a trap, which is quite good. Robert Carlyle storms into this barn, and Guy Pearce just sitting there, and he goes over to him. Guy Pearce stands him up and kind of twists him, turns him around into a fucking bear trap.
It's not just like a normal bear trap. It's like a gigantic bear trap.
It's a bear trap. Bear's
and
big.
So they both land on it, and because they both been start pulling knives out of each other in the back, etc. But they land on this bear trap, and it cuts into them both, and they're both caught in this. They're both cut, bleeding out quite badly.
Actually, you're right. Bear traps are normally just for like the leg. It wouldn't be that big, would it?
This is like a whale trap, isn't it?
Mm. A whale trap. Let's put a whale trap in the sea.
I catch that whale.
Well, look, we've caught the whale.
Sound of a whale.
That's my whale.
No, they don't make that sound, Gav.
How do you know?
They make this sound.
That's pretty good. Is this like your foreplay? How do you, for you and Alice, how do you get that so well?
I know that because of Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home.
Why are we talking about Star Trek so much in this movie?
Because we are living long and prospering. Don't get... Oh, you're doing the little V sign to me.
Yeah.
Captain, that is illogical.
Captain, there's a log in my pants.
How did we get it? Oh, the bear trap, right? I understand. Let me... Right, I've got back to where we were.
Just get on
the
with
giant bear trap. And I love that because Robert Carlyle says to him, that was really sneaky.
Sneaky.
And it was. Guy Ritchie, really Guy Ritchie.
And he says to him, thing is, though, if you die, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Question is, if I die, are you going to eat me? I don't know. That's not Scottish. I could have put on a little bit of a Scottish accent. I don't know what.
No. And it's just such a great way to end it, really.
Yeah. And Robert Carlyle dies.
Don't forget the last thing.
The lady looks in. She looks into the barn and just goes, nah, shuts the door, walks off, and just walks out of the whole fort.
No. You forgot the last thing that Robert Carlyle says as well. He says what you said, and then he says, like, obviously, thing is, da-da-da-da. Then at the end he says, if I die, are you going to eat me? And then he just looks at him and says, bon appetit.
And dies.
And then they both just lie there bleeding out. And there's like this 20-meter puddle of blood coming out the side of them.
At the same time, though, the Colonel's gone in and found a big pot.
I love this ending. I love this.
And the Colonel said,
delicious.
Not bad.
What is this?
And he doesn't say anything. He tastes it. He smells this broth. He tastes it,
and
then he's like,
get stronger. You almost see him go. Ooh.
It's though when he tastes it, it's just a bit like, wow, this is incredible, which is kind of funny, really.
It's very, very good. So it ends up with pretty much everybody dead apart from that Colonel. Yeah. And that's kind of it, really.
That's it.
Eat or die.
It's such a quirky, offbeat, brilliant, good feel, even though it's about people eating each other film.
I genuinely mean it when I say that I've not really seen another movie quite like it. Not that it's the best movie in the world, in that there's no other movie. It's in a field on its own. Just the way it sounds and looks, and the weird comedy that's threaded in with it that Robert Carlyle mainly does. He does this weird comedy, like it's just so hard to explain, like almost like a serial killer being funny. That's how uncomfortable it is. It's such an amazing movie, really good, and it's about cannibalism. It's fucking weird.
I think when you said to me ages ago, like, oh, we're going to do cannibal movies and stuff, I think when you sort of said, oh, let's do Cannibal, Holocaust and Ravenous, I thought to myself, Ravenous? I had to think for a second. That's not a cannibal movie. And I was like, oh, it is. Kind of forget.
Yeah, because it is a cannibal movie, but
you kind of forget.
It's not like shoved down your throat. No offense to Silence of the Lambs or anything, but
it has that magical fantasy element with the whole Wendigo mythos, doesn't it?
It's just extremely well written, extremely well acted, scored, and the director, like we said, the film gods, the director really took some chances on some of the angles, the shots, the writing, the acting styles, and it's so unusual that it makes for this really incredibly unique film. Really, I can't recommend this film enough. Honestly, it's just such an incredible movie.
Absolutely, same as total thumbs up for this. If you've not seen this, get on this. It's kind of the summertime at the moment, unless I guess if you're in Australia, it's kind of wintry, isn't it?
Yeah, but this movie would be good to watch at winter.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a perfect movie for that. So at the moment, if it is a bit summery hot, you might want to wait till later on, but do get hold of a copy and watch it. It's in my DVD collection.
And it's not a movie that is like a straightforward movie. You're not going to watch it it's not very linear. It's not like you can't predict what's going to happen. Although obviously, if you listen to our review,
you know what happened.
But if you're watching it, you're never going to get what's happening. You know what I mean?
Even if you've listened to this and you know what obviously what happens, exactly what happens. The performances of the characters and the music and stuff. We could never big us up the movie and spoil it for you from what we're saying. You've got to experience it yourself. Robert
Carlyle and Guy Pearce especially, but Robert Carlyle is the key driver here, but Guy Pearce is insane as well. And also I would honestly say Jeffrey Jones, throw him in as well, because he is really good in this movie as well. Just great all round. And for me, Gav, as you probably guessed, we didn't even say it for Cannibal Holocaust. We're not going to bother. But for this one, I'm going to give this a giant thumbs up.
Yeah, I already had. So yeah, thumbs up for me for this.
It's fantastic movie. Really great movie. And I'm so glad you wanted to review this with me for a year or so now, and we finally got right into it.
It's been a couple of years since we've said about it, so it's nice to. Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, I must pick this up at some point. And it's not often I buy DVDs or Blu-rays anymore, Gav, as you know. I'm still working my way from my VHS tapes, but at some point I will probably pick this up and own it. I'm gladly and proudly own this on VHS. DVD.
I really, really, really want to hear some World of Strange.
Well, we can do that.
Yes.
Do you know how I know we're going to do that?
How?
Look who's tapping me on the shoulder.
Hello, Bill.
It's Bill. Mr. Rickman.
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the Strange. It's a strange world. People are strange. There we go. You ready for a little bit of some meaty conversation, Gav?
Indeed.
Guess what we're going to be talking about for World of the Strange?
Taking a guess, it's cannibals.
No. Yes, of course it's cannibals. I thought we'd have a fun look into cannibalism.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off with some actual factual facts about cannibalism initially, and then to round up the segment, I thought I'd go through some real-life cannibals.
Which is funny because obviously one of them we covered recently on the High Strangeness podcast, episode 1. So I wonder if you're going to mention that particular person. But that means that I can also give you some information. Well, probably not. But okay.
Even if I don't mention them, you can give me some information on that person.
I can't remember the name, so not really.
Let's call him Jeffrey Jones. So, first of all, cannibalism. Let's get into some nitty-gritty. Let's get into some hard facts. Now, it's pretty much technically impossible or physically impossible to be a cannibal. And that's because eating flesh of the same thing you're made of, your body is hardwired to make you sick if you eat other humans. You've got to really train yourself.
Really?
Or be really mentally unwell to not have that feeling of nausea or sickness, or your body will just get sick and reject that meat. So it's like a lot of animals don't eat other animals. There aren't many cannibalistic animals out there.
Well, isn't that like how mad cow disease came about?
Probably, yeah.
I think cow eating cow.
cow on cow action.
It's a bit of cow on cow action over there.
Fucking hell. That's not always true though, but it is a thing. It's basically a thing. So most people are hardwired to not be able to digest.
That interesting?
It is.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So you hear about these people eat these people. These people have a fetish for it. I don't think people get it's not the shark jaws. You don't get a taste for it and then you carry on eating it. It's just
the mentally ill makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah,
or
because
the serial killer, because generally serial killers, they've had their old bonk on the head at some point.
A good old bonk on the head. Cannibalism was once used as a medical treatment.
But what? Who? Why? How? When?
Between the 16 and 1800s, executioners often had a weird side job where they would sell leftover body parts as medicine. And people would boil down the fat and rub it on their body or drink the blood.
Drink the blood? What was that supposed to do?
Well, it depends what's wrong with you, really.
That's so crazy that you'd be so uneducated in you. Surely, though, even without education, something comes from your body when you cut and hurt yourself, comes out. You drink it. Oh no, because they might do, I guess. Because if you drink it, it's giving it your Wendigo again, isn't it?
They would also grind a human skull into a fine powder and mix it with a liquid and drink it down to treat people with epilepsy.
And this is literally just guessing, isn't it?
They're just 16 to 1800. They're just like, I think this will work. John, come here.
Literally
this guy's got epilepsy. What we do is grind some of that skull down, mix it. What should we mix it with? I don't know. Chuck some fucking water in there. Mix it in. Give it to John. John, have some of this. This will cure your epilepsy.
The trouble is, unless they were actually experimenting, just doing it on one person, then doing something on another, and having all these people and following how they went along, they're not going to be able to gauge it, because whatever happens in the outcome of the patient, they're going to be going, that's exactly what we expected to happen. Or if it doesn't, they go, well, they could. It's just insanity.
Well, before I move on to my next little segment, Gav, I want to remind you that cannibalism is still practiced today in the Western world. Many, many, many people, many couples will have a baby and then
placenta.
Eat the placenta.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Because that is cannibalism.
That's what the baby's in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cannibalism though, isn't it? It's flesh or tissue from a human.
Yeah.
Did you eat any of your children's placentas?
No.
I love the way you look so sadly. No. not sadly as in you wish you had. Sadly as in like, I'm not fucking mental. Of course I didn't.
No.
So people still do that to this day, and I think that is pretty fucking weird. And I'm really sorry if any of our listeners have done that.
Is it
think that's
someone who's
strange.
possibly quite religious? Someone who eats the blood, eats the flesh of Christ? They eat that little tablets because that's.
You are jumping into my next segments, aren't you? You're jumping into my next segment. Do you want it? I'm going to jump in. I'm going to have to jump in.
Do it.
Because you're going ahead. Okay, I'll get to that one in a moment. So I wanted to first of all talk about sexual cannibalism. Now you know about this, don't you?
Yeah.
Not because you practiced it.
Vorophilia.
Is that what it's called? Is that the official name?
Mm.
Okay. What do you know about it?
There's different types. There's soft vor and there's hard vor.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, we go into it a little bit more on the other podcast. Yeah, it's a bit weird. It goes from a scale of kind of light fetish, which would be like you could I get someone feeding a larger person, feeding them food. You could do like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Then the hardcore other side is wanting to eat someone for real.
I'll cut off one of your toes and feed it to you.
Proper eating, and then like halfway is going to be making a huge anus and wanting to be inside it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, man. Listen to the other show.
Making a huge anus and getting inside it. I mean, that sounds very cozy and warm.
Sarah surprised me on that by saying that she would like to do that, but yeah.
Fucking hell.
That took me right out of it for a moment.
Well, there's been several predators with sexual cannibalism, but the internet has only helped these guys over the years. And there's a famous case, someone called Armin Muse advertised that he was looking for somebody to eat, and he got a reply from a
Cannibal Cafe.
Yeah, called Jürgen Brandes.
This is who we covered, yeah.
And he was convicted of manslaughter, but the guy was like, yeah, go ahead, fuck me and eat me. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
That is off the chain. Jeffrey Dahmer obviously was related to this. He killed.
He was homosexual. He would bring men back to his house for sex.
Men and boys, he'd bring them back. He would eat them.
But then he'd drill their heads, wouldn't he, and put acid in their heads.
He did different things depending on what he was feeling, but he basically did a combination of mutilation, murder, rape, and cannibalism.
Depending how he felt that day.
Well, if it was a Thursday, he's just going cannibalism.
I've got Monday blues. I'm gonna drill and put acid in someone's head.
I just really want to fuck a dead person today. Oh, let me just
Monday blues. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was actually killed by another prisoner in 1994. Just so you know. But that was that one. But it is one of the most rare and extreme sexual fetishes, and people who have those fantasies of slaughtering and eating someone rarely do anything about it. They just appear to be happy with keeping up that realm of fantasy, really. Now, another little fact for you about cannibalism: many fairy tales contain references to cannibalism.
The witch in the gingerbread house. That must be.
Hansel and Gretel is the most famous example. You're right. Because she wants to eat the children.
Yeah.
She wants to fatten them up and eat the children. Kind of a fairy tale, but not. Talking about Dracula or vampires. That's kind of ties in with that as well. The Aztecs, the ancient Aztecs, are believed to have been some of them are believed to have been cannibals, and every year they eat a certain amount of people to please their gods. So we've heard about this, human sacrifices,
Wicker Man,
yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe the Wicker Man is very close to being a cannibal movie, but it's not. They just set her on fire.
Sacrificial.
Yeah, so sacrifice, cannibalism, you name it, it is what it is. Apparently, Gav, I didn't know if you know this, there's two types of cannibal. There's exo-cannibalism.
The fuck's that?
And endo-cannibalism.
Oh, well, do we have to have different fucking gauges of cannibalism? When's the world got to that? You know, it's 2020, isn't it? When you got two sides of cannibalism. Oh, this is that one, and that's this one. This is the left. This is the left, and this is the right. Oh my god!
I'm getting annoyed about the two different types of cannibals.
I don't believe it. Yeah, go on. Easy. You sound like my dad laughing.
Gav. Now, exo-cannibalism is defined as eating members of another group of like conquered enemies, for example.
Okay.
Endo-cannibalism is eating the members of your own group. So basically, in a tribe, I guess, if you were taking on another tribe and killing them down and eating them up, that's exo-cannibalism. Endo-cannibalism is, I've got to eat John from next door to appease the gods today.
Why do you need two different gauges? It's still eating someone.
I'm presenting you with some facts. I can't answer why you need to.
I need some experts here on this. I'm not saying you're not an expert, but I'm saying I need some specific,
I'm not
specific
cannibal
cannibal experts.
Do you like the band called Cannibal Corpse?
I don't know much of their stuff. Sarah's a bit of a fan, I think.
That's kind of what they sound like.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they're cool. Don't get me wrong, but they're just mental.
Your bro's band was a bit of that, wasn't it?
They were a little bit like that, yeah. In Papua New Guinea, next fact, many tribes practice cannibalism for ritualistic purposes up until 1965.
Wow. So 1965, someone was eaten.
But the reason they stopped is it was found that many of them suffered from a strange disease called kuru, which they'd contracted from eating human tissue. And this was an early form of, you said it earlier, mad cow disease. So eating the same flesh or brains of the species that you are of can give you this disease, kuru. And I guess that ties in with what you said earlier, Gav, about mad cow disease, because those cows would have eaten the same flesh of themselves. That would have created this crazy disease to wipe them out. It's nature protecting nature. It's, it's ensuring that you don't. There's a reason that, like, if a brother and a sister have sex and they create a baby, that baby is going to usually be very deformed or not be able to procreate itself, and that's because nature doesn't want that to happen. It's nature's way, isn't it, I guess?
Comes down to basics, I guess, really, isn't it? Just don't eat yourself.
Don't fuck your sister and don't eat another human is what Gav's saying, guys. Okay?
Yeah, it's simplicity, but like I say, there is some donkeys out there.
Fuck it now. Famine can sometimes lead to cannibalism. There have been well-documented cases of this, such as Egypt, when the Nile failed to flood for 8 years in a row. And there was the Great Famine in Europe in 1315 to 1317. There was also a giant famine in China for about 5 years. And this led to people eating each other. So it's been noted throughout history that if you've got nothing else to eat, you eat your fucking neighbour. Do you know what I mean? That's the way it goes.
That's insane, isn't it? It's so crazy. Like, don't know. This whole thing. You remember that when this COVID thing all happened, and there's one sort of period of like, oh shit, like where it was ramping up so much. It's a worldwide thing. It's like, oh shit, bells are ringing. Like, oh my god, it's like zombies are coming or something. It's so dramatic. Do you know what I mean? That whole tension. Everybody had it. It's just like, we don't know what the fuck this is. Like, what the fuck? It's everywhere. Imagine that, but times more.
I know. And with no internet, you don't know what's going on. You're relying on your village next door to your village telling you what's going on.
Yeah, and no food, so you end up having to eat each other. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine that.
Well, you touched on this earlier. So you talked about vampires, etc. So early Christians were quite often wrongly accused by Romans of being vampires or cannibals, because they would overhear them talking about drinking the blood of Christ and eating the flesh of Christ. And of course, they didn't realize they were just talking about wine and biscuits. So a lot of cannibalistic stories or cannibalism stories come from that, because Romans would assume Christians were cannibals. Oh, they're horrible, dirty cannibals, these Christians, because they suck blood and drink and eat flesh. But they don't.
Flesh of Christ. What? Sorry for my naivete. What is up with the flesh of eating the flesh of Christ? What's that?
You just have a little biscuit.
No. But what does that actually symbolise? I'm not really so non-religious.
I have no idea. I'm not very either. No, I have no idea. I just know that
the blood of Christ and the flesh.
You have a bit of bread with a bit of biscuit, and then you drink the wine, and then that's kind of you taking the spirit of Christ into yourself, as far as I'm aware.
Wendigo.
So maybe that's all it is.
Wendigo.
Yeah, then you're feeling stronger, and there we go. There we go.
That is okay. So these people took that literally. Romans, you say?
Yeah, they thought that the Christians were being cannibals.
Just from word of mouth.
Just having a glass of wine in a church on a Sunday morning, and the
Romans come in and raid it.
Romans come in and go, "Oh, you fucking cannibal bastards! Wherever you out of here, I tell you what."
And string them up, yeah.
Last little fact, and then I'm going to get into some stories of real life cannibals. And you might know this little fact, Gav. I'm sure you do. In 1972, a Uruguayan rugby team, flew across the Andes and crashed. And 15 people died in the crash.
They made that movie.
They did, alive.
Yeah.
Yes, the remaining passengers ended up eating the flesh of all of the victims 72 days later, they were rescued. So they ate 15 dead people between them over 72 days.
So this was all a group of dudes, was it?
Just a rugby group crashed into the Andes. What do we do?
So a British rugby group. So I've seen the movie, but I don't remember. A British rugby group.
They're Uruguayan. In real life.
It's just a bunch
I
of
remember
dudes.
the movie, and I remember them sort of saying, well, the buttock's a bit more... There's a lot more meat on the buttock. Let's eat that first of all. Because if you're thinking about it logically, the buttock and the thigh, that's what you'd go for, isn't it? I don't really want to mess around with your stomach too much because there's a lot of organs in there, and I'm not a butcher. I'm not.
It'd just be weird eating someone's bum.
I would eat someone's buttock, 100%.
Are you saying you would eat? Are you meaning just like at the moment, or are you saying if
No.
I'm
saying if I was in the Andes, not now.
I thought you
not
would.
like. I'm not going to go and just eat and order a buttock.
I feel a bit afraid, listeners.
I'm going to eat your ass.
Oh, don't eat my ass.
Look, let's get into some real life cannibals.
Hang on, though, but let's just still dwell on that a little bit. That's insane to get to that point where you just have to do that. Like, that is, again...
survival.
I know it's about survival, I understand that, but I'm still saying it's fucking insane, though, isn't it? To just be like that.
We're lucky and privileged enough to never been in a situation where we have to make a decision like that, where we go, well, I'm either going to die or I'm going to eat John's leg.
And not many people probably have, but yeah, wow. That's gnarly. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Continue on, my friend.
No problem. So I'm just going to run through a couple of real life cannibal stories now, if you are interested.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, number one on this list is Peter Bryan. He fried his best friend's brains in butter.
It's a bit like that. One of those Hannibal movies, isn't it? Where
He was
Ray
described-
Liotta gets fed his own brains.
He was described as a nice man, they always are. With no friends, they never do. He was sent to prison in 1994 for killing an Indian shopkeeper. And he was later transferred by social workers to an open psychiatric ward in 2004, where he assaulted a 16-year-old girl. He later walked out and killed his friend Brian Cherry with a hammer and fried his brains in butter. They asked him why he did it. He uttered 3 words. It was nice. Why'd you do it? It was nice. Fucking hell.
Wow, the dude must have been fucking out off his trolley.
Oh, completely. Mental health issues galore. Number 2, Jeffrey Dahmer. We all know about Jeffrey.
Oh, Jeffers.
Jeffrey Dahmer tried to create sex slave zombies out of his victims. So he was known as the Milwaukee Cannibal.
Yeah.
He had an inclination to murder and do necrophilia from 14 years old. He's into necrophilia murder. I mean, that is going in, isn't it?
That's insane.
He spent 13 years killing young gay men and boys. 13 years killing spree as well. Sometimes he would eat them. Sometimes he would store their body parts in his fridge where he used them in various ways. Eventually caught and sentenced to life imprisonment, but as I said, he was killed by a fellow inmate a few years later. 13 years he got away with that, and he started at 14.
Speechless.
James.
Don't know what to say. That's insane.
Next cannibal on the list, Jose Luis Calva. Now, chunks of flesh were found in a frying pan.
I hadn't even touched a woman's boob at 14.
This guy's eating people left, right and centre. By the time he's 15, he's eating 2 blokes.
It's insane.
In both a sexual way and in a cannibalistic way. And both at the same time, probably.
It's crazy.
Next cannibal on the list, Jose Luis Calva. Now, there were chunks of flesh found in a frying pan. They also found a leg and an arm in his fridge. And when they searched his apartment, there were bones stuffed into a cereal box.
What are they doing there?
He put them in there. He's a Mexican serial killer. Earned himself the title of the Mexican Cannibal.
I like the fact that he's a serial killer and he uses cereal boxes to put bones in.
That's good. Maybe he did that because he thought they'd be like, I see what he did there.
He's a serial killer.
Hey, listen, I put some bones in the cereal box.
Probably don't do that accent, Karen.
Okay, that's fine. I do apologise. Listeners. Anyway, they went into investigation into his girlfriend's disappearance, and they found her body in his closet. But he's also believed to have killed, mutilated, and eaten 2 other women. And like I said, they found the bones in a cereal box, flesh in a frying pan, a leg and an arm in the refrigerator.
So he was. I like the fact he's on it though, isn't he? He's got some fresh in the fridge, so he's ready to cook tomorrow.
Ready to go, always ready.
He's got some ready for tomorrow. Ready. He's got some already in the pan for today, and he's got some in the freezer for next week. He's thinking ahead. Ahead.
He's thinking ahead. I know what you've done there.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you what, what's a cannibal's favourite shampoo? Head and Shoulders.
Of course it is.
Number 4, James Douglas, who roasted a servant alive and ate him. And this is a historical one.
Roasted a servant. What year is this? Who is this? What is this person?
It's an old one. It's an old one. James was kept under lock and key from childhood at Queensberry House in Edinburgh, which is now part of Scottish Parliament. During an instance of disruption at the house, 10-year-old James Douglas escaped, slaughtered a servant boy, roasted him alive on a revolving spit, and ate sections of his body. This is a 10-year-old boy in Scotland about 100 odd years ago, maybe a bit longer than that.
A 10-year-old boy did this?
Yes, James Douglas.
He's 10 and he's spit roasted someone. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. God.
He spit roasted someone himself. He couldn't have done. He wouldn't have had the strength to shove a pole through all the way through someone.
He's done it, Gav.
Yeah, he must have had people tell. He must have told. Was he a lord or something?
Was he? No, I think he was just James Douglas. He was quite a rich family.
He was just James Douglas. Oh, that's all right. Oh, that's James Douglas. He's allowed to do things because he's James Douglas.
He had a servant, so one can assume that they were quite a rich family. Okay.
So he must have said, other servants, I know you guys hang out down the stairs and sleep together in the quarters, but can you please get him, right? Get that pole, shove it all the way through him and put him on a fire so we can eat it.
How angry you get with World of the Strange when you can't grasp why someone would do something.
I don't get it.
I know you don't. You're not a cannibal.
I just don't. But he's 10. At what point did he think? How did he get the idea of this anyway? It's not like TV or video games or bad music, rap music's influencing him, is it?
Hundreds of years ago, he's living in Scotland and he's like, I'm going to eat that fucking little servant boy over there. I've had enough.
So it was a boy who ate another boy.
Yeah.
I bet he just thought. I bet the other boy took the piss out of him one day and stole his lunch or something. Right, you little fucker! I'm going to get them to fucking.
I'm going to literally
shove a pole down you.
Let's move on to number 5 on the list. A guy called Terrare, and he was disowned by his parents because he ate everything in the house, including his pets.
What? Not just what's in the fridge and the cupboards, because that's the expression. We ate everything in the house, you know,
including the fucking cat and dog. So he started in his 20s for eating corks and stones. So he was trying to make a bit of a name for himself. I can eat anything. Watch this. He had unusual abilities to attract the attention of the government, who took him in.
I'm thinking that's a larger person in denial that they're a larger person.
Well, the government took him in to conduct experiments on him. Because I don't know what the point of these experiments was, to be honest with you. But he was known
psychiatric or physical?
Physical experiments.
Right.
During these experiments, he ate cats, snakes, lizards, puppies, And at the hospital, during treatment to cure his appetite, he'd sneak out.
What do you mean cure his appetite? What? He's hungry.
Hang on, I'm finished.
No, he's hungry, but he's still hungry. So, like, get him into hospital because he's really hungry. We've got to figure out why he's so hungry. Stop feeding him dogs and cats.
Listen. I'm trying to get to the good bit. Let me start that bit again. He ate cats, snakes, lizards, and puppies. And at the hospital, during treatment to cure his appetite, he would sneak out to drink the blood of the other patients, sometimes eating parts of corpses in the morgue.
What's his name?
It's just got one name. Terrare.
Where's Terrare?
I don't know where he
is. He went down there to take a wee. He hasn't come back for ages. Go look in the morgue. Why? He's probably there nibbling away at a toe again. What the fuck?
Oh God!
I don't know what's worse.
Cure his appetite. Cure his appetite. You're so angry about it.
Got my arms folded and everything.
Oh, we've covered the next one before, Gav, so I will skim over it. Leonardo Cianciulli. She turned the victims of the remains of her victims into soap and food. Do you remember we talked about her before?
Yeah.
Her eldest son Giuseppe went off to enlist in the Italian army. She decided the only way to keep him safe was to conduct human sacrifices. So for every person she killed, it made his life better while he was in the army, in the war. So she planned the murder of 3 women and used the bodies of the victims to make soap and their blood to make crunchy tea cakes, which she served up to the rest of the village.
Yeah. Did her husband leave her?
It doesn't say anything about her husband.
I think her husband probably left her, and then the son left, and she went, "Oh, I better keep him safe by killing people." That's weird.
Well, I'm going to talk to you now about a guy called Jano Elg, who took various body parts and used them in satanic rituals. So as a child, first thing he did was kill a dog by duct taping it up and beating it with a metal pipe.
Oh, he's a cunt.
So, moving on to 1998, he strangled a man to death, dissected his body, wrapped his head in duct tape, and ate him with 3 accomplices. Body parts were then used in a satanic ritual that included torturing the victim whilst listening to the Canaan Chronicle album by Norwegian black metal band Ancient.
Okay.
There's not much else we need to say about that one, really, is there?
Yeah.
Shall I move on to Ed Gein?
Yeah, Ed Gein obviously influenced for Psycho and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and other films.
I love his blurb. He made
his blurb? Did he have a blog?
He's got a blurb. Ed made a human bodysuit out of skin so that he could become his mother.
Yeah.
Ed Gein's impact as a serial killer has inspired classic cultural icons of murder and cannibalism. Obviously Buffalo Bill, Silence of the Lambs, Norman Bates and Psycho. His rabid interest in cannibalism is alleged that he is also guilty of eating human parts, although he's convicted of being a grave robber, and sometimes he would dig up bodies to make trinkets out of skin and bones of the dead.
Because he never actually killed people, did he? He was just digging up them. But there was that time when there's a woman he was going to kill, and he freaked out. I think he had a gun with him at a shop, but he freaked out.
He was mainly interested in eating them or wearing them.
Yeah.
He had some lovely
lampshades. Yeah,
lampshades, definitely. Alfred Packer. This guy,
rings a bell.
1873. He was trapped in the Colorado mountains along with 5 of his friends, and he survived by eating 4 of his friends. He also eluded to the authorities for 9 years until he was caught and convicted 40 years later for manslaughter. He said when he was paroled in 1901 he was a vegetarian. Well, you weren't, because you ate 4 mates.
That's kind of crazy.
We've covered Armin Mueller, but I'll just go into that a little bit more. Armin Mueller's number 10. He was caught when he placed an ad on the internet looking for a new victim. He made news when it was reported that he'd killed and eaten a man who'd volunteered for the process. The two met on the internet, and Mules first cut off the victim's penis, which they both tried to eat together as a meal. For two, Gav.
Yep.
The murder was conducted in a specifically prepared slaughter room, which he filmed in its entirety. Oh my God, never let me see that tape. And ate from the body for 10 months. He was caught before he could claim his next victim. I didn't realise it went that deep, actually.
Yeah.
10 months of living off this guy.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit. Yeah, it's interesting.
That is pretty strange. Isn't that strange?
It's bizarre.
Okay. So the last one is Tsumoto Miyazaki, who burned the bones of victims, ground them into dust, and sent them to their families. So he was born. You'll love the start of this one, Gav. This guy, Tsumoto Miyazaki, was born with deformed hands, and everybody at school made fun of him.
What did they call him?
So, silly hands, I expect.
Oh, okay, cool. What was up with his hands then?
I don't know, they were deformed. I don't know that.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
From 1988 to 89, he killed 4 girls between the ages of 4 and 7. He said, I had sex with the corpses. Of course I ate them.
God. Oh my God. How old was he when he did this?
I don't know how old he was. He was probably in his 20s. He said, I had sex with the corpses. Of course I ate their flesh and of course I drank their blood.
Of course.
So he was a really lovely, polite, and really well-mannered employee by day, but by night, that's what he got up to in Japan. 88 to 89.
Craziness.
There's not really much to contest, really, because cannibals are real. I just hope there isn't one living next door to either of us.
You do get those odd things come out at times going, oh, Mr. Smith at 55 Road.
Well, look at Fred West in the UK. You know, I don't think he ate his victims, but he certainly
buried them in the garden.
Killed a lot of people.
He was in the burbs.
These things happen. Red Rover, let Ray come on over.
I've got to watch the Burbs again. It's the season for the Burbs.
I think that's why movies like the Burbs and Fright Night do ring true, because we're all worried that we'll end up living next door to somebody like this.
Yeah.
You know, and the kid in us wants to investigate it, but the adult in me and you, Gav, knows that we just shut our pants and just bury our heads under the blanket and pretend nothing was going on.
I'd be like Guy Pearce and just run off the cliff.
Is that what you do? See ya. So there we go. That is some cannibalistic Word of the Strange. I've given you some facts. So we've talked about some real life cannibal stories.
That was kind of cool.
And yeah, I think we should get out of here because I am feeling a little bit peckish.
Oh God. Right, let's get out of here, Bill.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of Strange. Next week, though, give me Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a enjoyable show. Listen to Dan and I trying to be PC correct. PC correct?
PC correct.
Politically correct. Yes. So we've got that link. No, we haven't really, for the Kickstarter Lovecraftian survival horror.
Yeah, if you go to
Abyssal
Kickstarter
Albion.
and you search for Abyssal Albion, and that's ABYSSALBION, you will find it. Lovecraftian survival horror. This is the comic that we told you about that Tom is doing through. Well, he's doing it himself, but he's doing it through Deadbolt as well.
So if you're into comics and that, or stuff like that, it's something different to do. Anyway, we said we'd find that, so we have found that. Daniel,
and he's almost halfway through his Kickstarter goal, which is brilliant. So help support for that, and you will get some little
I don't know.
Bits and bobs. Well,
you have to look.
Have a look at it. Have a look at the Kickstarter, guys.
Yeah. What have we got going on next couple episodes?
Well, first of all, cannibalism. That was intense, wasn't it? Fucking hell.
Yes.
Well, we're going to be a little bit more intense next episode, because we are bumping up an episode because we believe quite strongly in Black Lives Matter, no matter what you may or may not think. We are doing an episode next time on black horror, black filmmakers within horror, black actors within horror. So we are covering some fucking great films. We are covering Get Out. It's about time we talked about that film, Gav.
I'm really stoked that we're actually covering that movie, because that's going to be really interesting.
We're covering that, and we're also covering the Candyman, the original Candyman from '92 with Tony Todd. And Tony Todd is such a fucking legend as well within horror. That voice alone is enough. So I'm excited to talk about that. He's like that's one of the first sort of black slasher monsters, really, isn't it? You know, you got your Freddys and your Jasons, but Candyman, and he didn't do that many movies, but I'm excited to talk about that as well. So we're talking about those two movies in the next episode. Also, with regards to that episode, we are also going to be donating our patrons' money that comes into us monthly, and doubling that, and then giving it to Black Lives Matter for that episode. So we're really excited to be doing that. We're really proud to be doing that. And we just wanted to sort of demonstrate just how much that whole movement means to Gav and I. Two guys who couldn't be whiter than white, but at the same time, we're fucking human beings just like everybody else. And that's why we wanted to do this, really. So hope you guys are happy with that. We know that you guys are happy with that. I'm proud with that. But yes, next episode is going to be so awesome. Get Out in Candyman, and we're going to have a chat around, black horror movies, how black people have been portrayed in horror potentially.
And like Dan said, it is a couple of white guys doing this, but we're doing this the best that we can. But we've both grown up with black culture,
both been into hip hop since a very young age. Not that makes us know anything about any of the struggles, but we have a little insight here and there into some of the culture. So
funk, old jazz, blues. I love Delta blues,
I think it's gonna be fun, man. We can chat about blaxploitation, horror blaxploitation. There's some great movies out there, some great filmmakers out there as well. So and Jordan Peele's definitely one of the guys to really watch out for. So, and I know there's a lot of fans of Get Out. So that is
it's really weird, because it's a group of people who are a different colour, right? That doesn't mean anything. If anything, it should be celebrated that they can release this incredible stuff, funk, jazz, just so much stuff. Do you know what I mean? That should be celebrated rather than anything negative at all.
Well, the ironic thing,
every little group,
without getting too heavy, Gav, is that people do like funk, soul. That a lot of those styles of music are the roots of other styles of music. Hip hop is a hugely commercial and valuable property and makes a lot of money, and yet it's come from black roots, but people still.
I know. So instead, groups should just be celebrated. But anyway, we're not getting into this now. And
let's not get into it now. And also, we probably won't get into it too much in the episode, because
it's just us doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But yes, that's episode 93. Get Out and Candyman. And all money from that episode for patrons that comes in, we're doubling, giving to Black Lives Matter, just to make everybody aware. And episode 94, then, that means we bumped it up. Episode 94 will be a couple of UFO movies, Fire in the Sky and The Fourth Kind. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to getting beamed up. Maybe not looking forward to I don't want an anal probe, but I'll take anything else that comes in with that.
I might even see if I can find you a UFO, World of Strange.
Please do.
It's like that time when I thought I was being probed. Do you remember? Wasn't even that long ago.
Well, that was when I slept over and oh, you mean the
other incident?
Episode 95, Dog Soldiers, An American Werewolf in Paris.
That's brilliant.
That's right, listeners. American Werewolf in Paris. Deal with it.
We're doing it.
Fucking deal with it. We're doing it. Doing it.
We're doing it. Dan, shush. We're doing it.
We're doing it, didn't it?
Whatever. Right.
So that's what's coming up. What a great episode. I honestly thought, after rewatching Cannibal Holocaust, that we would not be able to get a lot out of that review, but we managed to find some actual good things within there, but also we both know that's not a great movie for a lot of reasons.
I thoroughly enjoyed conversing about that film more than visualising that film.
I'd much rather talk to you about cannibals for 80 minutes than I would watch that film again.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, I have one little comment that came in that I need to just very quickly read out. Bear with me. Because we asked if anybody had any comments.
I don't really think you gave people any time to do that.
I gave no time at all. I gave literally a minute or so before recording. But we did have one comment that came in, and I'm just going to skim down to that comment now. Here it is. And that comment is from Kate Pollock, who is also one of our patrons. Kate. Hello, Kate.
Hi, Kate.
She said, no real questions, but just wanted to say officially on here. Oh, here we go. I haven't read this yet. No real questions, but just wanted to say officially on here that I think you guys taking an outspoken and honest stance on Black Lives Matter is awesome, and using your worldwide platform to do shows shows compassion and strength with the black community. I know things are hard for everybody at the moment, and you guys are always a little bit of sunshine in a pretty stormy world. So thank you for all you do, and much love to you both. Well, that was unexpected.
That was very nice, thank you.
I started reading through that and I was like, oh, hang on a minute, Black Lives Matter, she's making this heavy. Oh, hang on a minute, this is, oh, what? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Kate, that's really lovely of you.
Is she in your cupboard? Because how does she know to get that question across? What?
She's
a bit spooky.
Reading my mind, or our minds there. That's weird.
That's really appreciated.
Oh, thank you, Kate, that's lovely. And we hope that goes out to everybody, that if you want 3 hours of absolute nonsense, just turn our show on and you won't have to think about it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to do a bit of admin, Gav, if that's all right.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
Do my thing. So, as always, the podcast on Haunted Hill is a proud member of the Legion Podcast Network. You can find them on legionpodcasts.com. They have a Facebook page as well. Just go on Facebook and type in Legion Podcasts. That's where you'll find out about a bunch of other shows. We've touched on RJ's show, the Bite Size Cinema podcast, but there is literally dozens and dozens of other shows, horror movie related or otherwise, through Legion. You can also find us, and we are most active here on our Facebook page. So again, on Facebook, the podcast on Haunted Hill. We have a family of people who chat, share, like, love, take the piss out of each other, whatever it is. We just have a great time on that Facebook page. Please join it and join in with the fun on them. We're also available on pretty much any other place or platform that you can find podcasts, including Spotify and YouTube over the last few months. You can also find us on Podknife, which is a good place to leave a review, as are some of these other places. The Apple Podcast page, podcastaddict.app, the Podbean app as well. We're also on Twitter, and that's @Haunted Podcast. Instagram, the podcast on Haunted Hill Insta, and also on a tangent with regards to Deadbolt Films. If you'd like to find out more about our film production company and find out more about the shorts and the features that we've made and all the projects that we've got coming up, including Tom's comic that we touched on earlier, they're Deadbolt Films. They have a YouTube channel initially where you can find some of our videos, so easily just search for Deadbolt Films on YouTube. There is deadboltfilms.com is our main website. On Instagram, we're just under Deadbolt Films, and again on Twitter, it's @Deadbolt Films. And finally, for Patreon, if you'd like to join Patreon or join our Patreon and donate or help us with the show, help the show grow. We don't like asking for money, but like we always say every episode, even £1 a month will really help us grow and create more shows, more content, equipment to help us do so. You can find out about that or message me or Gav directly and we'll give you links to it. But Patreon, the podcast on Haunted Hill. And as always, thank you very, very much to our patrons. We actually have a new and fifth patron.
Yay, thank you very much.
So appreciate Thank you very much. Sarah Kay, thank you ever so much for becoming one of our patrons. So thank you very much to all of our patrons. So Sarah Kay, our newest patron, thank you ever so much. But also RJ McCready, Le Meow, Kate Pollock, and Rachel Elizabeth. Thanks, guys, for your support. You really help us.
And it's not my Sarah Kay either, which is even weird.
It's not your Sarah Kay, it's another Sarah Kay.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. It really helps. And Gav and I are, we're putting a few bits and bobs together behind the scenes. Like we probably touched on in the past, we're hoping to do another t-shirt campaign soon. So
and we if we've got 5 patrons now, we should give exclusive Patreon content. We should do a bonus episode a month. A bonus, like not an episode, a bonus thing for patrons.
Something, yeah, 100%. All down for that. Want to really thank you guys for supporting us, because you're going above and beyond to support a show that you're listening to. You don't need to do that, and you're doing it. So we want to give back a little bit as well. So there we go, guys. That's episode 92 done, dusted, in the bag. I'm excited for 93. Get Out, Candyman. It's going to be good.
And that's really interesting. The funny thing was, last time I got Candyman, I picked up a copy on DVD, watched it again, and found it a bit boring. Apart from I liked the soundtrack. I don't know why. So it'd be interesting to go back as someone taking notes and looking at it in a little bit more detail.
It's a very slow burn movie from what I remember, but it's also a very 90s movie. And there's some really good racial stuff in there, we'll get into that. It's good. Brilliant. And Tony Todd's voice, what can I say?
Yeah.
Well, there we go, Gav. Are you happy? That's all sort of.
I'm happy. I'm surprised by the conversation over Cannibal Holocaust earlier.
I know, it was a lot more positive than I expected it to be.
Yeah, it made me realise how clever that film is.
Oh, and that's why it's so
frustrating.
Because it's such a clever. There's so many clever ideas. It's not just one clever idea, but they're just executed in
if they had the internet as well, they'd have been all over that probably in a way, like Blair Witch did.
Just the fact that he made everybody sign a contract, stay out of the public eye for 12 months.
Yeah, and Blair Witch took that model.
Insane. And they had IMDb when Blair Witch came out.
They used that, didn't they?
Insane. Brilliant stuff.
I was at IMDb today, actually.
You were working there today, weren't you?
Yes. Anyway.
Well, there we go. So it's a good night from Robert Carlyle.
It is.
Bon appetit.
It's a good night from a really horrible little shit of a kid who's 10 years old. I want that one. Stab that one in the bum. I'm going to eat it. What?
Fucking hell. And it's a good night from Jeffrey Dahmer.
It is. And it's a good night from you.
And it's a good night from you. Gav, what are you having for dinner tonight?
Cheeseburgers. No, I don't know.
Why don't cannibals eat clowns?
Why?
Because they taste funny.
That's pretty good.
Thanks very much.
See you later, everybody.
Bye, guys. Love you all. Take care. Stay safe.
Bye. Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.